Okay, good morning, everybody. I think we do have quorum, and I was told that we're good to go. So welcome, everyone. Happy New Year to my colleagues around the table, to staff, to the visitors in the gallery, and of course to those watching online. I hope 2025 will be a good year for all of us. My name is Councillor Chris Moyes. I am the chair of the Toronto and East York Community Council, and I have been informed that we do have quorum. I am now calling meeting 19 to order. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room Number 1. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. Although we have been meeting in different locations today, the Toronto and East York Community Council would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territories of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, including Inuit, Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. As a Caribbean Canadian, I am committed to continually acting in solidarity with our African, Caribbean, and Black communities, seeking freedom and reproductive justice in light of the history and ongoing legacy of slavery that continues to impact our communities across Canada. As part of this commitment, I would also like to acknowledge that not all people came to these lands as migrants and settlers. Specifically, I wish to acknowledge those of us who came here involuntarily, particularly those brought to these lands as a result of the transatlantic slave trade and slavery. In support of the City of Toronto's ongoing efforts to confront anti-Black racism, I pay tribute to those ancestors of African, Caribbean, and Black origin and descent. If you are registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Toronto and East York Community Council page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the City Clerk has provided all agenda material on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the Clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. I also want to remind you to please submit and approve your motions by emails. Staff are available at tycc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Interest Act? If you have an interest, please raise your hand or unmute your mic and indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. Seeing none in the room or online, may I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our meeting on December 4th, 2024? Deputy Mayor Malik, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Before we begin the agenda run-through, may I have a motion to add new business items TE 19.37 to TE 19.42. Councillor Perks, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. So items TE 19.1 to TE 19.5, TE 19.7 to TE 1910, and TE 19.16 and TE 19.17 are timed, so we will begin the run-through at item TE 19.18. Oh, I do have a speaker on that item. Okay, so I guess it'll be TE 19.19. Maybe I should go through my list and see who's actually. So we'll begin at TE 19.20. There are no speakers on that item. Okay, there we go. TE 19.20, encroachment appeals, 495 to 517 Wellington Street West, proposed ground sign. Councillor Malik, Deputy Mayor Malik.
I'd like to defer this item, please. To the next, yes.
Okay, defer to the next meeting. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. TE 19.21, 990 Bloor Street West, construction staging area. Councillor Bravo. 21. Okay, there, move the recommendation. Are you posting it, or?
No, not the recommendations, we just.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T. T 19.23, 263, 22, they're speakers. I'm on the ball now. Yeah, for now. 22 has speakers. T 19.23, 263 Adelaide Street West, construction staging area. Deputy Mayor Malik.
I'd like to approve the recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 19.24, 182 to 184 Spanana Avenue, construction staging area. Deputy Mayor Malik.
I'd like to approve the staff recommendations, please.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. TE 19.25, 89 Avenue Road, construction staging area, time extension. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, I have a motion.
Okay. Put it on the screen. 1 sec, we're just gonna put it on the screen. Protect bike lanes.
Right, so the difference since this permit was originally issued is there's now a bike lane on Avenue Road, and so we had to provide for the continuation of the bike lane.
Can we hold this down, Councilor Sachs, because some members would like to actually read that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. T 19.26, 95 St. Joseph Street, construction staging area. Councilor Sachs.
Yes, I move the recommendations in the revised report.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 19.27, 20 to 26 Maitland Street, construction staging area, time extension. That is my item. I do have an amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried as amended? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 19.28.
I'd like to hold this item.
Okay.
I'm just working on a motion.
All right, no worries. Deputy Mayor Malik is holding item 28. TE 19.29, 1603 Bathurst Street, designation of fire routes and amendment to Chapter 880 fire route. Councilor Matlow. Number 29.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. TE 19.30, accessible parking spaces, January 2025.
I'll move it.
Okay, Councilor Perks. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. TE 19.31, accessible parking spaces, January 2025. Non-delegated. Councilor Bravo.
I'd like to move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 1932, their speakers. TE 1933, 67 Adelaide Street East, site-specific exemption. That's my item. I'm going to move staff's recommendation on this item. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 19.34, traffic control signals and traffic regulations, Young Street, Leslie Avenue, private driveway. Councilor Sachs. Councilor Sachs.
Sorry, which item, please?
Number 34. Oh, Matlow, sorry, Councilor Matlow.
So
Yes, sorry, I was reading ahead.
34 is in fact the Delisle traffic signal.
That's right.
Yeah. So I'm going to be deferring that for one cycle.
Okay, deferring to the next meeting. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 19.35, traffic calming speed humps, Galbraith Avenue. Does anyone have Councilor Bradford's items? No? Okay, I'll hold this down for him. Number 35. TE 19.36, appointment of the Ralph Thornton Community Center Board of Management. Councilor Fletcher. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. TE 19.37, reopening TE 18.19, 316 to 336 Campbell Avenue Construction Staging Area. Motion to reopen, Councilor Bravo. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councilor Bravo, that's your item.
I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 19.38, installation of a stop sign at ramp merge of Don Valley Parkway, DVP ramp to Bayview Avenue southbound. Councilor Sachs?
Yes, I'd like to move the staff recommendations. There's an urgent safety problem that has arisen during construction because a lane is closed, and we need to have a stop sign to keep traffic from plowing into that lane.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 19.39, retaining the crossing guard at the intersection of Highburn Road and College View Avenue. Councilor Madeline?
I move the recommendation of my letter.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 19.40, next steps for implementation of permit parking on Shooter Street between Parliament Street and Sumac Street, permit area 7C, and that is my item. I'm going to move the recommendations in my letter. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 19.41, speed hump on Woodcrest Avenue between Salmon Avenue and Mortimer Avenue. Councillor Fletcher.
Move the recommendation.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. TE 19.42, recipient of the 2025 Agnes McHale Award. Councillor Fletcher.
I'll move that recommendation and thank our protocol staff for their great work and look forward to a revamped Agnes McPhail process next year. She was the first woman MP in the country and a fantastic person. Every year there's an award in her honor from the Old East York, and our protocol office has been working with that committee since amalgamation, or since for a while now, in order to bring it all into line with the city processes. So they've really done a great job on that, and I just want to publicly thank them.
Wonderful. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And that's the end of our rundown.
Pardon? Oh, no, lots of speakers. 52.
We also have an additional new business items to introduce.
I moved,
Councillor Bravo, I understand you have Davenport Road removal of accessible loading zone.
Overcourt.
All those in favor of adding this item? Opposed? Carried. There's another item here. Cloverlawn Avenue parking amendment. All those in favor of adding this item? Opposed? Carried. Deputy Mayor Malik has a few. All-way stop control and parking amendments, Dennison Avenue and Carr Street. All those in favor of adding this item? Opposed? Carried. Speed hump installation, Niagara Street between King Street West and Adelaide Street West. All those in favor of adding this item? Opposed? Carried. Parking amendments, Shaw Street. All those in favor of adding this item? Carried. And Councilor Sachs also has an item here. Berryman Street parking revision. All those in favor of adding this item? Opposed? Carried.
wow, look at them all.
That's it, right?
I'm gonna have them too.
Okay. What time is it?
10 to 10.
Yeah.
Of order?
So,
At a previous meeting, I raised a concern about the number of transportation-related issues that are coming as letters from councillors without any attached advice from staff. I wonder if we've made any progress on getting comments from transportation about improving how those are handled.
is transportation here to talk, to maybe speak to this?
We don't always want their.
Anyone from transportation? I'll park it for now, and perhaps when transportation is available to, oh, here we go. Go ahead, transportation.
Through the chair, yes, Councillor, we have made some progress, but we do have some councillors that put forward.
Yeah.
Speak into the mic, please.
I am, sorry. So through the chair, Councillor Perks, we have made some progress, but we do have some councillors that initiate motions at the last minute. For example, the Berryman that Councillor Sachs has presented, so there is no time to do a report for last
I
minute
understand
items.
that. What my concern is, I cannot tell from these late add items which ones are initiated by the councillor and which ones are initiated either by a public request or by transportation. And I think that for traceability of decision-making, it's important we establish that. Would you agree?
Yes, yes. So through the chair, yes, I think we need to just add a bit more information there to make it more transparent, and we can do that moving forward.
Thank you.
My request to councilors as well is to try to get these motions in advance rather than bring it onto the floor where possible, when it comes to transportation items specifically. Okay?
I just wanted to note there's only 25 councillors now, thanks to Doug Ford, which makes it very hard to get everything in everywhere on time. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor, I completely understand members of council have a need to be able to add items to the agenda. The problem is with our current process, nobody in the world can tell which ones are initiated by members of council and which ones are initiated by transportation staff. So I'm just asking for staff to start making that clear.
After everyone.
We'll continue. Councilor Bradford does have one item on the rundown I'm going to go back to. So item 19.35, traffic calming speed humps. Galbraith Avenue, Councilor Bradford.
Just like to move the staff recommendations, please, Mr. Chair.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay. So we're going to go back to the top of the agenda. TE 19.1, 2025 road opening and closures in the Portlands and renaming of streets. Councillor Fletcher, item number 1.
Yes, thank you. I'll move the recommendation, but I just want to acknowledge that this is the renaming of the portion of Cherry Street between Keating and Commissioners to Oakwomen Street as we change the name of the island to Oakwomen-Minnesota.
Councillor Fletcher, do you mind speaking into the mic?
Oh, I think maybe we have a little issue with.
I could hear you now.
Oh, okay. I'll start over. Thank you, Chair. I think we're getting an increase in volume from our staff. That this is the streets in the Portlands, the streets in the new Oakwomen-Minnesota Island are being renamed, and this portion of Cherry Street will have the new name Oakwomen Street. So that's a pretty exciting moment, and then what was new Cherry Street will just go back to being Cherry Street because it does have that history, and there will be new names that will be coming forward over the next number of days as we get ready, or weeks and months, get ready for the redevelopment of Oakwomen-Minnesota, which will be very exciting for all of us, Mr. Chair. Thank
Wonderful.
you very much.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. It's not 10 o'clock yet, so I'm going to go over to item TE 19.11, 506 to 516 Church Street, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment. This is a refusal by staff.
I think number two, that's
This is my item. I'm just going to say that this is important to the Church Wellesley community. This proposed development really will change the landscape of the community in a negative way. And so I support staff's recommendation to refuse the additional height that is proposed. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Look at that history.
Item 12.
Only been
508 and 510 Church Street, alterations to heritage properties and authority to amend a heritage easement agreement. 12. I'm going to move staff's recommendation on this item. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. TE 19.13, 1778, 1908, and 1914, 1920, and 1926, 4th Street West, inclusion on the Heritage Register. Councillor Perks. Item 13.
Move approval?
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
no speakers. What are you doing right
T 19.14, designation of the Kensington Market Heritage Conservation District under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, I move the staff recommendations.
Okay,
This-
all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. It's almost 10.
Mr. Chair, could we go back to my item on 89 Avenue Road that you said you want members wanted to read?
So what number is that? What?
That was, sorry, I'm on the wrong
am-
page. 19.25.
I need to review that. I can't.
So you're able to view it. You're able to view the motion. It's like CMP.
So,
Just go slow. Just hold it.
yeah, Councillor Sachs, council still need to review it. They're asking for some more time on this, so please, be patient with us here. Where was I?
Oh, sorry.
15? Yes, T 19.15, 84 Maitland Street, inclusion on the Heritage Register. That's also my item. I'm going to move staff's recommendation on this item. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 19.16, nope, that's 10:30. Thank you. We are at 10 o'clock, so we can now go back to item TE 19.2. 450 Dufferin Street, official plan and zoning bylaw amendments, decision report. We do have speakers on this item. Michelle Golzadeh, Golizadeh.
Can you just, are we on item number 2 now?
Item number 2.
Starting with the run-through and the speakers, correct? Thank you. Just checking. That's done.
You have 5 minutes. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Michelle, and I'm a parent and treasurer at the Grove Community School, which is hosted within Alexander Muir Gladstone Junior and Senior Public School. I want to begin by acknowledging the urgency and importance of addressing our housing crisis. The 6 affordable housing units that will be included in this development is what we need much more of. However, I'm here today to voice my concern regarding the shadow this 18-story building will cast on our school and its impact on the well-being of the over 600 children who attend this public school. Sorry, my screen isn't being, thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. If you could please turn your attention to the screen. I'd like to show you the shadow study for the month of December. I've taken the liberty of adding the location of the jungle gym represented by the purple dot. Our schoolyard is worn out and offers limited amenities to keep children engaged. The jungle gym is the heart of their playtime. However, as the study illustrates, the jungle gym and surrounding area would be cast in shade during afternoon recess, a critical time for outdoor play. Additionally, some classrooms will lose afternoon sunlight. There are no shadow studies available for the months of October, November, January, and February, but based on the September, December, and March studies, it's reasonable to anticipate that shadowing on school grounds will persist during the months in between. Winter sunlight is already limited with up to 6 fewer hours of daylight per day, making every moment of sunshine for the school and the schoolyard invaluable. With less sunlight and no funding available to upgrade our aging schoolyard, this shadow will diminish the already limited opportunities for quality outdoor play. I understand that city staff have deemed the shadow impact to be acceptable, but I urge you to consider these impacts from a parent's perspective. I'm concerned that the well-being of our children may not have been fully accounted for. I respectfully ask the city to explore solutions to mitigate the shadow impacts on the school playground, ensuring children can continue enjoying outdoor play, particularly during the winter months. On a final note, I want to acknowledge the danger heavy trucks and construction sites pose to vulnerable road users. With 2 deaths of vulnerable road users just last year due to these construction-related dangers, I urge the city to require a detailed and comprehensive construction safety plan that prioritizes the protection of children and all vulnerable road users during the building phase. This should include measures such as upgrading the dangerous 4-lane crosswalk on Dufferin to a traffic light, restricting deliveries from heavy trucks during drop-off, lunch, and pickup times, as well as routine inspections of the construction site to ensure safe practices. Thank you for your time and consideration on these concerns.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Christine Lowe, online. Christine?
Hello, good morning, everyone.
You have 5 minutes, go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Christine Liu. I'm a resident in the neighborhood. I'm also a licensed architect. I teach architecture at Toronto Metropolitan University and a fellow of the Royal Architecture Institute of Canada. I'm also a resident of the neighborhood and have a daughter who attends the school. I'd like to bring forward a couple of notes. Many residents are in support of development on this site. We appreciate that there's a significant need for housing. I acknowledge the 6 affordable housing units, which we are appreciative of. I would suggest that instead of 6 units, it would actually be increased to a total of 8 or 9. On the second floor, it's, as we know, the kind of least desirable units. It's also on the same level as the indoor amenity space. I think that if all those units were given to affordable housing, that would be much better. The impact of, say, 6 units would be approximately 20 people, but certainly there's much more need than that. I also acknowledge that the Section 37 contribution would be covering just these affordable housing units, which we know this neighborhood needs significantly more investment, and I do not believe that's enough. There are many wonderful organizations that would benefit from the infusion of funds. There was this, the previous speaker spoke to safety in the neighborhood. I look forward to the new traffic light that will be installed around that intersection, and I hope that the construction or this proposal will not delay that, because it is not uncommon to see families jaywalking with young children and strollers across Dufferin Street, which is a harrowing experience. I'd also like to speak to the building height. I'm speaking for myself. I'm also speaking for some of my neighbors. I'm also speaking on behalf of the Alexander Muir Gladstone Parent Council. They have prepared a petition that will be shared with staff, I believe. Over 200 signatures are noted, who are very, very upset about the impact of the shadows that will be projected onto the site. As the previous speaker spoke to, you know, the shadow studies that were completed refer to essentially March, which is equivalent to September. It gets progressively worse. September, October, November, December, January, February, March. We're saying that, say, I'm going to say 20% of that yard would be within shadow during lunchtime, during afternoon recess, and during after school play. That is unacceptable. Referencing a previously denied approval project by the City of Toronto is the Jesse Ketchum Park, Jesse Ketchum School. The city did not approve that, did not recommend for approval because of that significant projection of a proposed development onto the field. This is unacceptable. There are, as mentioned, classrooms. There's a partially sunken basement that has a lunchroom in it. There is barely any light that goes into that deplorable room, and that the erection of this building in its current situation would mean that there would be significantly less direct sunlight entering into a basement lunchroom, which I think is already a deplorable space, and would become significantly worse. So in terms of suggestions to better this situation, I recognize that there's a step back, or sorry, a step that the architecture acknowledges the kind of street wall frontage and does a step back. Urban Strategies has a diagram in their document, but what the building does not do is significantly step back from Dufferin. I understand that a setback from the western facade was requested on behalf of planning due to future development on the western side of the site. There are no buildings now. There's a possibility of refining that situation. So I would recommend or request that there be a more significant affordable housing component to this project, that there be a reduction in height of at least 4 stories, and that there would be more specific investigation to setting back and stepping back to minimize impact onto the playground area. There are several hundred students who attend this school. We look forward to development here, but the long-term impact, I think, is very significant, and I am very disappointed by the negotiations that have happened thus far.
Thank you. You're at time. Councilor Fletcher does have a question for you. Go ahead, Councilor Fletcher.
Thank you. Thanks so much for being here. I just wanted to check about, you mentioned the Section 37, and you are aware that I was going to say the Harris government, but the Ford government removed Section 37. So we no longer have that as a tool in any buildings that we're doing. We've really had our wings clipped as far as being able to be creative on sites like this, and I'm sure you're aware of that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. In the approval document that was issued by the city, it mentions, I believe, or in the staff report, that I believe it's 100% or 4% of the land value would be calculated by that.
It's not a Section 37 any longer. It's
my apologies.
Benefits. So Section 37 was far more generous. And you're probably aware that you could negotiate a lot, but now we're in a box of this 4%. And then I was also here with Jesse Ketchum. Maybe you were there.
Oh.
Yeah, so I remember that, but the planning regime was far different with Jesse Ketchum as compared to what changes were brought in by this government and your ability to negotiate. So we really have a very different playing field, unfortunately, and we're all very sad about that, and I'm sure you and your community are as well, to what originally we could make tremendous changes and get benefits. I'm sure you recognize that we're not in the same playing field that we were 5 years ago for planning matters in the city.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher, and thank you for all your work for many decades with the city. I agree. It's not a great situation that we have now. What I would suggest is that the city doesn't have great negotiating power. It is true. I also believe that that height is still something that we can work on together. I still think that there's a possibility to minimize the impact to the school. The development immediately to the south did a lot. They established a very reasonable, sensitive, building form that has an angular plane that responds to the context. And this new development is, say, 30 meters taller, and it just annihilates that pattern that is established.
I understand there's a real greed for height everywhere, no matter what. And I appreciate your strong feelings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Josh Newberger. Josh, are you here? Okay, you have 5 minutes.
May I just set up before we start the time, Chair? Thank you.
I give you 30 seconds to
I'll do my best. Thank you.
organize yourself. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of council. My name is Josh Neubauer. I'm a planner and partner at Urban Strategies, speaking today on behalf of Hallmark for their project at 450 Dufferin Street. I'm joined by Charles Arbez of Hallmark in case there's questions relating to the development itself that I'm not able to answer. So as you know, Hallmark is proposing a mixed-use, purpose-built rental building that will deliver 175 new housing units, including 6 affordable housing units, as well as a one-to-one replacement of the existing non-residential GFA on the site. Hallmark has been shaping this project over several years in close collaboration with staff and the councillor's office, and as well as consultation with the community. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the councillor, her staff, as well as the city staff who've worked hard on this application, and in particular Doris Ho and Dan Nicholson in the planning department. We're very pleased to bring this application forward with their support. The project has been carefully designed over time to deliver significant benefits to the community in balance with its context. It will deliver new rental units that meet and exceed the growing up guidelines in terms of unit sizes. It replaces the non-residential space that exists on the site today in a 1-to-1 ratio in a manner that's going to directly activate Dufferin Street and accommodate contemporary commercial uses in a way that it doesn't today. It's also intended to be sustainable, and Hallmark is striving for geothermal energy. And it's designed to limit traffic impact and encourage people to use active transportation by locating people and jobs near transit and providing far more bicycle parking spaces than vehicle parking spaces. I appreciate the comments I've heard today about shadow impact and the built form of the building. I'd like to address those quickly if I could. We do understand that shadow impacts are very important to some members of the community, and in particular as they relate to the schoolyard. Super Cool Architects are the ones that prepared the shadow study that's being referred to, and I just want to assure everyone it was done according to the City of Toronto's terms of reference, according to the times that are specified. And while this project does meet the standard for minimizing shadow impacts and maintaining the utility of the schoolyard, as well I'll show in just a moment, of course there are some new shadow impacts, and I'll just walk through those and describe how they're minimized to the best degree possible, in balance with delivering the 175 new badly needed rental housing units. Overall, with respect to the schoolyard and with a focus on the equinoxes, that is March and September, as provided by the official plan, because it's a neighborhood designated site, the vast majority of the schoolyard will always retain sun access during the day. There will be no, on the equinoxes, there will be no impact on the schoolyard in terms of new shadows before 2:18 p.m. And afterwards, there are modest and fast moving shadows that are really focused on the southwest corner of the schoolyard, which already features mature trees in some areas that are beyond the fence of the schoolyard itself. There are no shadows on the school building on the equinoxes during school hours. And there was reference today to the December time period. And of course, at the solstice, shadows of all buildings are more pronounced. And there are some longer shadow impacts on the school, which I'll show in a moment, but they are minimized to the greatest degree possible. This slide and the next simply show the shadow impacts throughout the day as studied on the equinox, this one in the spring equinox. And what it shows is how quickly the shadow impacts move across all the affected areas in the community. And in particular, it shows how focused the shadows are in just the southwest corner of the schoolyard and for a very short time period. And while it does eventually meet the school building at the 4:18 time period, it quickly moves off. And it's similar in September. I also just wanted to bring this image up as it points to some more nuance with respect to where the shadow falls on the schoolyard on the equinoxes. As I mentioned before, the limited shadow impact is focused on the southwest corner of the schoolyard. A significant portion of that southwest corner actually features bike lanes, sidewalks, and bermed areas that are outside of the schoolyard fence. And even on the schoolyard, a significant portion of this is covered today by mature trees that in certain seasons would have leaves in any case. Nonetheless, we understand this issue is of great importance to the community. We just want to address the fact that it's more limited than it may appear on the study images. I'll briefly address the winter time period. Again, I want to reiterate that on the winter solstice, shadows of all buildings in the context area are always more pronounced, with longer shadows that do linger a little longer. And even in this instance, more than 5 hours of sunlight are maintained on the schoolyard, and the vast majority of the schoolyard retains sun access during the day. Again, we appreciate that shadow impacts are very important to the community, and we hope we've been able to show a little bit of context to the limited impact. I'd like to thank all members of this council for your consideration today. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Councilor Bravo, it's your item.
I have questions of staff. I'll start. I'll start by asking quickly, how has the height context changed in this community since the building referenced directly south? Can you hold my time? Can you hold my time? Thanks.
Sorry, I'm not sure I heard the question.
There was a reference to the fact that a previous building is shorter in height. Can you comment on?
Speaking to the mic.
Sorry, can you comment on how the height context has changed since that construction?
The original proposal was for a condominium building. The project we have now is a purpose-built rental building. And we are trying to look for additional opportunities to provide for housing. The proposed building is taller, but it does meet the city's standards for a taller building. Urban design staff can explain that a little bit further, but we're comfortable with the proposed height at 18 stories, particularly given the purpose-built rental nature of the project.
Can you comment on the city's policies on green space and natural light? What informed planning's assessment that the shadow impact on the schoolyard was acceptable?
Okay, through the chair, I'm going to turn that question over to our urban design colleagues.
Through you, Mr. Chair, as the consultant mentioned during his deputation, the vast majority of schoolyard will retain sun access throughout the year. During fall and spring equinox, there will be small shadow cast on the southwest corner of the schoolyard where there is a cluster of trees for 3 hours, and the shadow will be for 3 hours. But the playground and the sport field will have access to sunlight. In December, this shadow will be longer and will be cast over parts of the playground between 12:18 and 3:18. But December shadows are longer. Generally, we look at the policy language in the official plan, and as per the policy language, the shadow should be minimized. And by looking at the proposed development, we believe that through our work with the consultant, we were able to achieve a balanced approach, and we're able to achieve different objectives at the same time, securing rental units, expanding and enhancing the public realm, and come up with an appropriate build form. If you would like me to go through the build form details, I would be happy to do so.
Okay. I'm going to run out of time, but we might come back to that if there's time. So in terms of the reference to the 6 affordable units that were secured, how common is this number in the current environment? There was, I think, an important moment there where it's clear that our Section 37 is no longer available. Negotiations are not what they were. We're talking about a 4% community benefit contribution, which is very different than what existed before with development charges plus Section 37.
Through the chair, the 6 affordable units are provided as an in-kind community benefits charge contribution, and that makes up their full 4% land value. So the 6 units is really our minimum what we would require and is a great outcome.
Okay. So we got the most number of affordable units that we could get based on the planning rules that exist today.
That's correct.
I'd like some comments on the importance of securing rental on title. Why is this meeting some of the city's objectives for housing?
Through the chair, this site had an employment land conversion that would have required the provision of affordable housing if it had been a condominium development. We said if it was rental housing, which we know what the city needs, that no affordable housing would have been required. And that's really to incentivize that rental tenure. So here we achieve the rental tenure plus getting the in-kind 6 affordable units.
Okay, thank you. If anyone is here from transportation, I'd like to ask a question about the full traffic signal upgrade that was referenced. Will construction of this project impede the process transportation has initiated to look at the upgrade from crosswalk here on Dufferin to a full traffic signal?
Through the chair, can you repeat that question?
There is a reference by one of the deputants that we have a crosswalk on Dufferin next to the school. There has been a process initiated by transportation to look at upgrading to a full traffic signal. Will the construction of this project impede the process to look at how to make that full traffic signal upgrade? Is this going to be a challenge?
Sorry, I'm not sure I understand when you reference the process.
Will there, if the fact that this project is being constructed, is it an impediment to continuing to look at the full traffic signal upgrade?
No, that should not be the case.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I've gotten through my questions.
Excellent. And so how would you like to proceed, Councillor Bravo?
I have a motion, and my motion directs the community planning to consult with the ward councillor and Alexandra Muir, Gladstone Avenue and Grove Community Schools, respecting student safety in the vicinity of the construction site, and request the applicant to commit to implementing any appropriate additional measures identified as part of a construction management plan determined through site plan control to the satisfaction of the Director of Community Planning, and to engineering, construction services, and transportation services. It's very important that we take seriously the vulnerability of the school community and all of the different road users in the area. So this is something that I would like to assure the speakers who've come today to committee that we will be working on. Secondly, I think it's important to remember that we have here a lot of competing needs and interests. And a very constrained environment for making decisions for the public good, given the rules that have been established by the provincial government through the Planning Act, for which the public service here is responsible to apply according to our official plan. I think that the highlights of why this proposal is something that has some benefits for the community, I think starts with the 6 affordable units, which is the maximum that could have been secured and took a lot of work on the part of the planning staff. Certainly, it's also important to remember that this area has been designated as a transit hub. There are a lot of taller buildings that are being constructed, and this is the environment that we're in right now. I acknowledge that there will be shadowing on the schoolyard, as was shared by the applicant, and this is one of the challenges of living in this dense urban environment. So I appreciate the concern that parents are bringing forward about the impact on the school grounds. I think that, however, this is justified or complies with policy that has been set here, and so it would apply to any project anywhere in the city of Toronto, and so this is something to contend with. I think that it's really important to remember that we have an enormous need for rental housing in this city, and this project has family-sized units and will be rental. So the rental status has been secured on title. That means that it won't be converted to condominium once it's up. And the stock of rental supply, the stock of rental apartments in this community is low. And this is one of the elements that we need to solve the housing crisis in this city, including with the 6 affordable units. So I will be supporting this development, but working with the community very closely to mitigate the harms that are perceived here, to make sure that, in particular, that it's a safe process for everyone during the construction, and that will require a deep partnership. There's a lot of local knowledge here from the school community and from neighbors, and I look forward to problem solving with you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Bravo. All those in favor?
And that there's just some other changes. We probably need to hold this down.
Okay, we're gonna have to hold this down because of a small change in the. Okay, there's a small technical change, so we'll have to hold it down. I'm sorry.
Okay, we'll hold it down briefly. Go. Next item is item TE 19.3, 70 to 86 Lynn Williams Street, zoning bylaw amendment. There are 3 speakers on this item. First up is Melissa. Melissa Somos, are you here? Anyone online? No? Okay. Kate Cooper, are you here? Kate Cooper? Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, and members of the public. My name is Kate Cooper. I am a partner and planner with Bousfields Incorporated, and I'm here before you today representing Collective Marquee Developments, who are the landowners of the site located at 70 and 86 Lynn Williams Street in Liberty Village. The development approval that is before the committee today is the culmination of a number of years of work undertaken by our clients and their team. It's been an iterative process in consultation with city staff as well as with the community. As outlined in the decision report before you, this application was part of the city's alternate dispute resolution process, which resulted in the resolution of substantive issues previously identified by staff and which led to a settlement offer which was accepted by City Council this past September. This is not a typical process following an appeal to the OLT. However, through discussions through this process, an alternative solution was presented to the city, whereby our client withdrew their appeal to the OLT to allow for this decision report outlining the recommended approval to come before this community council and city council instead of the tribunal. I believe that this demonstrates that the alternative dispute resolution process works. I would like to thank staff, particularly George Pentazis and Willie McRae, for working so diligently with our team through the challenges, identifying the opportunities, and helping us bring the application forward today. Before I run through the proposal, I'd like to let you know that Collective Marquee Developments met with the Liberty Village Residents Association late yesterday afternoon to discuss the possibility of an amendment to one of staff's recommended conditions to allow for flexibility in the building for a potential future community space through the community benefits charge. It's my understanding that the Residents Association was in contact with Deputy Mayor Malik's office with respect to such amendment. So the vision for the proposal is to provide a high-quality transit and pedestrian-oriented mixed-use development that balances and achieves many city objectives. This development is a great community building development. It provides for purpose-built rental housing with an affordable component, an on-site public childcare facility, a future public park, and non-residential uses to serve the future residents and community. The development also provides for an enhanced pedestrian realm along all street frontages, as well as a mid-block connection through the building and the preservation of the existing heritage building to the south at 80 Lynn Williams Street. In terms of the numbers, it provides for 520 purpose-built rental suites with appropriate mix of unit types, including family-size units. Our client is committed to building this rental building and is hopeful that the site plan approval process will be expedient so we can get a shovel in the ground to deliver this much-needed rental housing to Liberty Village. In addition to these units, there are 13 affordable rental units that meet the income-based definition of affordability and secured for 99 years. There's a 657 square meter nonprofit licensed childcare facility provided on the ground floor, and the second story is comprised of 456 square meters of indoor space and 204 square meters of outdoor space. There's a new public park located on site at the northwest corner of Lynn Williams and Western Battery on the 70 Lynn Williams property. Pedestrian connectivity is provided via a new pedestrian-focused street that runs east-west to the immediate north of the building, as well as an indoor mid-block connection through the building immediately north of the retained heritage building at 80 Lynn Williams. The building is mixed use and provides for 900 square meters of retail space at grade. It's 44 stories in height and provides for an appropriate amount of indoor and amenity space for future tenants with an appropriate amount of parking. So this is a conceptual rendering of the childcare facility, which is adjacent to the pedestrian-focused street. This facility is provided as an in-kind contribution and will be delivered under the terms established by City Council. As noted, the Liberty Village Residents Association has requested an amendment to one of the recommended conditions to allow for flexibility in the use of this childcare space, should it be deemed appropriate by staff and council. And my client is very open to this request and has been having ongoing discussions with the Residents Association up until even this morning. This is a conceptual rendering of the new public park adjacent to the Heritage Building, which provides for visibility and access. So as previously stated, we believe the proposed development is a great example of community building and one that can get a shovel in the ground as soon as we have site plan approval, delivering much needed rental and affordable housing space with public benefits to the community. We look forward to continuing to work with staff on this application and would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Victor Long. I think you're online. Victor Long. Okay. 5 minutes.
Hello.
Yep, we could hear you. Go ahead. 5 minutes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Victor Leung. I'm part of the board at 125. I do realize that this item was deferred from last month, and I think there were more speakers, and I actually had to re-engage with the, I think, administrator to be a speaker at this, and I would probably implore that this item be deferred to next month because there are some speakers. Like, I was expecting that it would automatically, I would be on the list for this item for this month. In terms of concerns that we have, or I have at 125, the height is of concern with a lot of residents in Liberty Village. Because it is the tallest, or will be the tallest building compared to even existing as well as future developments that have been approved, I believe. In terms of the wind study, I know there was one done, but several times there's been a wall on the west side of the property, and that has actually collapsed a few times, and I would implore probably take a look at the wind study again. In terms of traffic, I know during the summer it was really bad, and having more buildings and the density is such a concern in this area, and I realized we need housing. I know the builder did give affordable housing 13 units, but that is at in addition to one more floor, which originally it was 43 stories and now it's 44. So the height is very concerning, as well as traffic. Yes, there may not be as many cars, but then there's Ubers and everything like that would increase the traffic within this area, and it's of great concern to get in and out, and also safety from a traffic perspective, just because there's more cars. I don't really have anything else to speak about, so I'll give it back to the floor.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none. Are there any other speakers in the room who would like to speak to this item? Seeing none. Deputy Mayor Malik, go ahead.
I have a few questions for staff on this. Is that all right? So I appreciate the number of concerns that have come to my office and that have been raised about this particular development application. And I guess big questions about the process that the applicant has taken at this site, which is why we have found this item back at committee after such extensive work that was described to us. So I guess my question to staff is, can you share a little bit more about how this process has been atypical, I guess even unprecedented in this case, if it's occurred at sites in other parts of the city, and what you can tell us about the situation that it lands us in?
Through the chair, this is George Pantazis, Senior Planner for Community Planning. So the process, it was first refused back in the summer of 2024, and then the applicant appealed the application to the Ontario Land Tribunal, so the OLT. And then they brought forward a settlement offer to City Council, which was accepted. As part of that settlement offer, it included a provision that said, sort of had an alternative course of action, and that alternative course of action allowed for the applicant to come back to Toronto and East York Community Council on the condition that they withdrew their appeal to the OLT. So the applicant decided to take that course of action, and as such, they're coming back to Toronto and East York Community Council. Now, even though the settlement offer was accepted by City Council, part of the condition in the settlement report stated that despite that decision, whatever happens here today, right now, is unfettered by what happened in the past. So it's unusual for a planning application to go through this course of action. I think this is the first time it's ever happened. It's also a product of its time in a sense of there was many changes to legislation, so the Planning Act and the processes that the provincial government were changing sort of led us to this position. So it is unique, and we're sort of hopeful it doesn't get repeated. So that's sort of the gist of the process and how we got here today.
So I guess understanding that this has never happened before, and we are hopeful that it doesn't happen again, this is not the preferred way forward once a settlement had been reached and the issue resolved?
Through the chair, this is Carly Bowman, Director of Toronto and East York Community Planning. It is an unusual mechanism, but it is a mechanism that was contemplated in the settlement. Reiterating what George said, we were in an unusual moment with the legislative timelines that were imposed that led to quite quick decision-making, so it is perhaps an artifact of that moment.
I agree with the feedback that the residents shared about the need for improved services in this neighborhood and considerations around how people live in a very tall and dense neighborhood like Liberty Village that has unfortunately not had great planning that has also brought us to the situation that we have there, and we're doing work to address that. And I've heard from the community about the need for community spaces and gathering spaces, and we know that we are currently limited by the planning regime, as you described, legislation, the restrictions and constraints by the provincial government. So can you share a little bit more about how we are limited in what we can achieve particularly by the city on this site specifically and more broadly citywide?
So through the chair, George Pantazis again. So we're constrained by the community benefits charge, which is essentially has a cap on how much we can ask for. And in this case, it's 4%. So we can only ask for that 4%. We can't go above and beyond that. So in this case, for example, for this application, we were able to secure an in-kind contribution for a daycare, and that met the 4% cap. We can't go beyond that. So, for example, if we wanted more space, we just can't do it. Having said that, in terms of what can we do to get other spaces like, for example, community centers, libraries, etc. certainly, we're going through in Liberty Village a Liberty Village regeneration study, and we'll likely change the name of that, but for now, that's the name. And that study will contemplate CSNF, so community services and facilities, where those services and facilities can be located, and how funding can be allocated towards those.
Okay, thank you. And my final question was just about well, first of all, there's been a number of concerns from the community around sufficient input and feedback and consultation on this particular application. But also we've been speaking to them more broadly about how their voices can be heard in the process of determining the future of Liberty Village and ensuring that as part of the regeneration study, we are identifying community services and spaces like community centers, libraries, post offices, and things like that. And you mentioned it, so I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. How would you like to, you have a motion? Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. I do have a motion, and I'll put it up on the screen. As was shared, there's a number of concerns that this process is unprecedented and deeply unusual in terms of bringing it back and, forcing Toronto and East York Community Council and City Council to consider this again. I did receive communication from the Liberty Village Residents Association very late last night. What was shared with me seemed like something that requires greater consideration, particularly given what planning has shared with us about the constraints that we have with the legislation, no matter what the discussions may have been that I have not gotten the details of yet. So for us to ensure that there is proper consideration in terms of the voices and the concerns raised by the community, the discussions with the developer, and good planning that is all, very easily understood and comprehensive in terms of the way we move forward with this development application. I'm putting forward a deferral till the next meeting of Toronto and East York Community Council with the commitment to meeting and consulting with the community around what the next steps are.
Okay. All those in favor of deferral to the next meeting? Opposed? Carried. Next item is T 19.4. 55 Belmont Street, zoning bylaw amendment, decision report, approval. We do have speakers on this item, several, to be clear. First up is Maria Elias, CEO of Belmont House. Are you here? Okay. You have 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes, go ahead. Is the red light on?
Yes. Good
Okay,
morning,
go
councillors.
ahead.
And my name's Maria Elias. I'm the CEO for Belmont House. Thank you for giving me the opportunity this morning to speak about Belmont House. Belmont House is a non-for-profit charitable home located in downtown Toronto. We were established in 1852 and have been on Belmont Street since 1860. We provide long-term care and assisted living for seniors. We offer 140 long-term care beds and 81 assisted living apartments. We serve individuals from all income levels and walks of life, and 20% of our long-term care residents are under the guardianship of the public guardian trustee and require rate reductions. Many have no families to look after their affairs. As you are aware, we are facing a healthcare crisis in Ontario, also in Toronto. We have a desperate need for more long-term care beds. The wait list for Toronto is approximately 9,000, which is part of the 44,000 people wait list in Ontario. Belmont House alone has 1,200 people on our wait list for long-term care, of which 180 of them are in crisis. There are also 350 people on our wait list for assisted living. As you are aware, 5 Toronto long-term care homes have closed in the past 3 years, with a loss of approximately 524 beds, and more beds are projected to be closed between 2025 and 2027. Many of our seniors are forced into care outside of Toronto due to the shortage of beds, and caregivers feel guilty and overwhelmed, and seniors feel abandoned in their time of greatest need. And at Belmont House, we are looking to address that crisis and that need. Our proposal is looking at an 11-story building on our northwest corner of the property. We will have 168 long-term care beds over floors 2 to 9 and 30 assisted living units in floors 10 to 11. We are using Montgomery Sizem Architects, who are the leading experts in long-term care design in Canada and have been our architects for the past 40 years. We feel that we have taken the opportunity to engage our community. We have met with the ABC Residents Association, Councillor Sachs. We've had 2 open houses with our neighbors on Belmont Street, and we've also exchanged many letters and emails to enhance that community engagement. We are also proposing that we will create a neighborhood advisory group for the construction and the landscaping of our campus. We feel that our proposal, our project, will bring many benefits to the community. The obvious ones, of course, are the long-term care beds and the assisted living beds for seniors that are waiting desperately for this need. But we feel that we also will be able to improve our landscape and enhance the gardens that we have so that everybody will enjoy our walking paths, rose gardens, and water features, not only our seniors at Belmont House, but everyone who lives in the community. We are also introducing, because of this new expansion, community outreach programs. And those programs will be dedicated to seniors who feel isolated in the community. In our geographic area, there aren't too many programs for seniors, and we will look at introducing exercise programs, lecture series, and we will also provide our space to community groups. We feel that we have listened to the needs and concerns of our neighbors. We have reduced the parking from 20 to 10 parking spots. In terms of the height, we were asked by the ministry to look at a 15-story building to maximize the number of beds, but we kept it at 11 stories. In terms of traffic, it's a healthcare facility, so there's minimal impact there. We do acknowledge the shadow impact, but feel that by reducing the building to 11 stories, we have managed to accommodate that. And we feel that the gardens that we will be designing will be beautiful and open to the public and the neighbors. And as I mentioned, working together in terms of the construction, noise, trucks and traffic, we will do that through working together with our neighbors. This is a visual of the landscape, and you can see how rich and green it is. This is a visual of our front entrance, again, fitting well into our neighborhood. And again, in conclusion, doing the right thing for the good of the community. More beds for seniors, supporting more low-income seniors, and reducing the number of seniors in hospital beds and making hospital beds available to those who need those hospital beds. And again, finally, acknowledging and recognizing the inconvenience of the construction and the shadow impact, but we feel that those inconveniences are well worth the benefits that we bring back to the community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the deputants?
I do, thank you.
Go ahead.
Yes, Maria, thank you for coming. Belmont House is a registered charity, correct?
Yes, we're a registered charity.
Right, and you mentioned you've been on the site since 1860. Now, the request to add these additional 162 long-term care beds, that came to you from the Ministry of Health?
The ministry over the past 25 years has always reached out to long-term care organizations to see if they can meet the increasing demands of long-term care beds in Ontario. And we've looked at that over the last I would say 22 years, we have looked at various locations on our property where we could address that increased demand. I've been at Belmont 24 and a half years. When I started there, our wait list was around 250. We're at 1,200 today. And as a charitable organization with land in downtown Toronto, we feel that it's our obligation to take a look at meeting the changing needs of the community that we serve.
Thank you. Maria, I've got a lot of questions to get through, so if you can try for short answers, it would be helpful.
Okay.
The ministry regulates the price that you charge for each bed, correct?
Yes, the fees are set by the ministry for long-term care beds.
Right. And they're the same for everybody. You're not going to be charging luxury premium rates.
No, the same for everybody. $2,900 for a private room, about $2,000 for a shared room, and if someone can, okay.
Thank you. Now, the ministry, in terms of building the new beds, the ministry only gives you partial funding. You have to seek donations for the rest?
Yes, that's true, and we're undertaking a $30 million fundraising campaign for that.
Right. Now, you know that your neighbors, some of them have asked that you move the building, demolish your dining room and a laundry, build new ones, and so on and so forth. Could that be done for the same price as what you're proposing, or would it cost more? And roughly how much more?
Well, there's two issues. One is the price point, and we would not be able to do that. But outside of the price point, it is not feasible placing this proposal at any part of our site would be very disruptive and would shut down the current operations. And that's a non-starter. The ministry would not allow that.
Okay, I understood that, but just dealing with my question, roughly what would it cost to move the building you've proposed to another place on your site, as your neighbors have asked?
The additional cost you're referring to?
Yeah, the additional cost, yes.
10 to 20 million.
Okay. It would be approximately 10 to 20 million, but that's the additional cost of construction. That does not take into consideration that you have no business to run for three years.
Understood. Has anybody offered to pay that $10 to $20 million?
No, no one's offered.
Okay. Now, the Ministry of, or at least the Ford government has announced that they intend to exempt long-term care operators from planning rules. If you were exempt from city planning rules, would you be building anything different than what you're proposing today?
No different in what we're proposing today. As I mentioned, we've been studying this over 20 years, and we finally have a location where we can make this happen.
Okay. Now, you've mentioned that you're going to be providing some services to the large number of lonely and isolated seniors in my ward. When are you going to start providing those services?
We are looking at introducing these services this year in 2025, but at a very minimal level, basically a pilot project because we don't have the space. But once we have the space in the new building, it will be fully functioning and addressing the needs of many seniors in the neighborhood.
Okay. Now, you mentioned there's 180 people needing long-term care on your waiting list who are in crisis right now. Even if you could build every bed that you're proposing today, would that allow you to take in everyone who's in crisis right now on your waiting list?
No, we're proposing 168 long-term care beds, so we wouldn't be able to meet the full need, but certainly we would be there to assist at whatever level we can meet that need.
Right. Now, we know that there are concerns from the neighbors about construction, noise, dust, traffic impacts. How are you going to work with the neighbors to minimize these problems?
It's your last question.
We have looked at establishing and we have reached out to ABC to identify our willingness to create a neighborhood advisory group to take a look at construction, traffic, noise, and so forth.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Next up is Bob Weeks. Are you here, Mr. Weeks? Okay, 5 minutes.
Councillor and fellow councillors, chairperson, councillors, I should say. First of all, I want to praise Belmont House for the work that it does and will continue to do And I would like to say that I realize there is a need for more space in long-term care. From what we have heard from this morning from Belmont House, it's a wonderful place. It's filled with great workers, committed workers. That's not what we're here to talk about today. It's not about long-term care. It's about the poor communication at the start of this project. It's about the poor planning of the build and a massive lack of cooperation with those of us who live on Belmont Street. Last week, I spoke to a friend of mine who is a successful and well-regarded architect in Toronto. I gave him the information that was provided to us at the last open house meeting and at the letter that was sent out by Belmont House last week. And while saying he certainly did not have all the details, he offered up the following comments. He said, "This design is an atrocious and utterly disappointing structure that will forever ruin one of Toronto's most historic streets." He said, "This is kind of like Bozo the Clown sitting at a black tie dinner." When I told him about the north-south suggestion that we have put forward, he agreed that it would be less invasive and certainly a better look. He was shocked to learn that even basic budgeting on this project had not been done, or if it has been done, hasn't been presented to us. When I showed him the argument from the architectural firm about the spans and different things there, he said he didn't think that would have as great a cost, but again, he didn't know all the facts that were there. And this is sort of the theme for this project. There really has been a sort of a blatant disregard for the neighborhood. You saw we've had only 2 meetings throughout this entire process from the start. This project was well advanced before we were even given notice of it. And there's lots of questions that we're still looking for answers to. For instance, we've been told that there is no money in the budget to consider a north-south construction, yet magically the budget on this project somehow went from $125 million, we were first told, to now we've been told it's $160 million. There are also no answers as to where this construction is going to be staged. At the last meeting, we were told a consultant had been hired to deal with that, but we haven't heard anything since that. And so far, our assumption is just going to be that it's going to be right off Belmont Street, which will only add to the traffic mayhem during the rush hours when cars go from Davenport to Rosedale Valley Road accessing Belmont to do it. I also went on a bit of and I will say this is non-scientific survey a couple of weeks ago where we tried to identify any buildings over 5 stories that were surrounded on 4 sides by residential properties, as Belmont House is. We looked at 77 and we couldn't find some. I'm sure there are people in this room who could. And I guess to stray a little bit from that, Premier Doug Ford was speaking recently about the addition of 4plexes. That was a proposal that was put forward to try and increase density. But he said, you know, you throw up a 4-story tower in a tight-knit community with housing, they will lose their minds, mark my words. Well, many of us on Belmont Street are losing our minds. We also would like to know why there's no historical impact assessment necessary when those of us who are on the north side of Belmont, if we want to so much change a light bulb or a doorknob, we have to go through this assessment, but it doesn't appear to be the case on the south side. And with this project, it seems it's history be damned, let's go full speed ahead. The biggest thing, though, is why hasn't the neighborhood inclusion been there from the start? Belmont House now wants to form a committee to deal with the construction issues, and this is sort of like trying to jump on a speeding car. Perhaps that should have been done when we first discussed this, not after the planning has been completed. Now, I would also say, once again, we love the work that Belmont House does. We love having them in the community. We love seeing the seniors who are being walked around or enjoying some time outside. But I hope the councillors will at the very least ask for some more information on this before they vote on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the Deputant? Councillor Sachs?
Yes, thank you. Just confirming, Bob, you know that Belmont House held 2 meetings of its own. Planning held a community meeting on December 4th. I had a meeting last week, and we have today's meeting. And in addition, there have been many, many emails to me, to planning, and to Belmont House, correct?
I was not aware of any other emails that went out. I did go to there was 2 open houses as they presented on that board before. The ABC community also got invited to some, I guess, that we weren't, or at least I wasn't aware of. I'm not saying that they were, I'm just saying the communication should have been started a lot earlier, in my opinion, than where it is now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions, next up is Luke Winston. Luke Winston? You have 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, member of the Community Council.
Make sure the red light's on.
It is on.
Okay, great. Thank you.
While addressing the urgent long-term care social crisis, it is equally important to balance the development of such project with the preservation of environmental and social quality. As you're looking at the architect's 3D design proposal, please don't lose the perspective that it is truly a massive red brick block reminiscent of Soviet brutalist architecture planted at the edges of a small residential street, crushing historical listed row houses. This is the product of rigid public policies and political pressure, a mere exercise of design procurement and value engineering that shows no consideration for the character of the street, its resident, and the resident of Belmont House. The recommendation in the report of action to amend the zoning bylaw as to increase the permitted density, massing, and height, contravening the design objectives of the official plan and contribute in destabilizing the fundamental values of urban planning. I must disagree with the assessment of community planning staff that in the context of surrounding neighborhood, the proposed development is consistent with similar buildings in height, massing, and scale along the McMurray Street. As per the bylaw specific to the context of surrounding, the context of surrounding neighborhood includes both broader context and immediate context. The broader context referred as McMurray Street has no building with similar height, massing, and scale. The only building over 11 stories is yet to be built and has its main front elevation fully facing Davenport Road and its smaller sides on McMurray. The immediate context, however, are the houses on Belmont Street, a residential area of historical character. Finally, the bylaw stipulates the following. In instances of significant difference between these two contexts, the immediate context will be considered to be of greater relevance, that is, the houses on Belmont Street. Furthermore, the Belmont Street site designation apartment neighborhood fall under the amendment of the official plan. I quote, "No significant growth is intended within developed apartment neighborhood. Development in such site may be permitted if compatible with the scale, including height and massing of the existing building on and adjacent to the site." As stated in the report, mid-rise building standards have been used in the evaluation of this application. Here's a short definition of mid-rise building. Moderate in scale, mid-rise building provides a built form that is sensitive to the adjacent building and the street and allow for good sky view and access to sunlight in the spring and fall. To conclude, in order to support the need for additional LTC beds and to minimize the excessive environmental impact, we propose an alternative location for the expansion that has immediately been dismissed by the applicant and his consultant. It is our opinion, and those of specialized professional consultant, that the point of contention that oppose our proposal is unfounded, and that this adamant refusal is indicative of other motive by Belmont House, such as a phase 2 for a future development on this specific location. This lack of transparency has created significant tension, particularly with the seeming disregard of our community concern. As member of the Community Council, you chosen to be the voice of our constituents and endorse this responsibility regardless of political pressure and influences. Councillor, you have the choice and the authority and the power to make a difference. As such, demand that a professional feasibility study and cost analysis for an alternative proposal be conducted by an independent consultant prior to the final approval, reduce the height of the building to be compatible with the height of the existing building on the site as per zoning bylaw, require that an environmental impact assessment be completed before final approval, obtain a structural integrity assessment and an adequate plan for vibration monitoring and mitigation measure that protects the historical home on the street prior to the start of construction, provide detailed plan that address construction management and staging, noise and air pollution mitigation, and study report of the impact on local infrastructure, water, sewage, and electrical services prior to the start of construction. Member of the Community Council, it is with the belief and conviction that you play a crucial role in championing these processes as to safeguard community interest and promote sustainability and equality and equitable development. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Up next is Robert Davies. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, and thank you. You want to cue that up? My name is Bob Davies. I'm a principal and an architect at Montgomery Sysom Architects in Toronto. As Maria had said, we have more long-term care experience than any other practice in Canada. In fact, we were the architects of the west wing of this building. I was a participant in that as well since 1987. I've been working with Belmont House on this site. I'm very aware of the complexities of this site and very aware of the complexities of the use of the facility. And I'm here before you now just to provide a little bit of context to help you understand some of the issues that are before us on the development of this site.
You can keep talking, and I'll give you a few extra minutes.
Okay, we're getting it. All right, thank you. We're just trying to get the slide up.
Go ahead.
The issue really is that long-term care is governed by the Ministry of Long-Term Care, and there are specific requirements as to how the uses are put together within a building. And in fact, our practice, we're one of the advisory consultants to the ministry on those guidelines. They're quite complex. So this building development it's not the same as housing. It's not the same as workplace. You can't push the building around on this site as you could in many other uses. And when the site plan comes up, you'll notice in the center of the site, in the existing building. All right. If I could beg because I think my point will be much clearer if you could see the visual.
Pause your time.
Thank you so much.
It worked before.
Okay. Why don't I try to explain it? Is everyone familiar with the Belmont Street property, the site?
I am.
Okay. It's divided between the west and the east. On the west side, there's a long-term care portion. That was the building that was added in 1987, opened in 1991. It has 100 long-term care residents in it. On the east side is a 7-story assisted seniors living building that was completed in the late 1960s. And in between, there are a couple of courtyards and a little center single-story building, which is the dining area for the residency in the assisted living. There we are. And at the south end of that dining area, that 1-story building, is the kitchen and the laundry and the garbage out and receiving in. So those functions are really what keep the assisted living building, all those residents go there for dining, and the kitchen provides all the food for the long-term care residents on the west-hand side. We have been studying this site since 2002. We did 4 studies as the ministry continued to make requests for more long-term care beds. How could we possibly add them onto this site? You drive around the perimeter, it seems rather large, but it has a number of these constraints that are coming to bear upon it. For 4 different studies, we tried to stay away from the Belmont Street frontage. And at every turn, we came up with a project that wasn't feasible, and we had to abandon it for a number of reasons, not the least of which is that we need to maintain the functions of the building through any construction period. We cannot evict tenants, and we can't get rid of long-term care residents. So the shipping, the receiving, the kitchen, the laundry, the dining, all of that needs to be in place during any new construction. So if we go to the next slide, it wasn't until a few years ago when we looked at this current site that we finally unlocked it, and we came up with a proposal that could work. So this L-shaped building meets all the requirements that the ministry put to bear to be able to fund and license the beds, and it maintains all the operations of the existing building during construction. We have been talking to the neighbors about this for some time. At every meeting that we've had with them, they have proposed alternates to this. We have explained to them why they haven't worked. But we are here right now with what we believe is a credible proposal, which is what is before you today. There is another suggestion that's come forward that you may see this morning, which is to do a phased construction. Could you take the operations of the dining and the kitchen and the laundry and build a phase 1 up on the north side of the site, and then come along and demolish the centerpiece and build the 11-story piece in its spot? Not a bad suggestion, except it doesn't work. It's not feasible for a number of reasons. One is that it requires taking up the empty space from Davenport Road, which is where the emergency vehicle access is, the Wheel-Tran access is, and there are 23 parking spaces that would be displaced. Furthermore, this new kitchen area in phase 1 and dining area, the residents of the east wing couldn't get to it because there's a construction site running down the middle now as phase 2. Similarly, the functions of the garbage going out and the goods coming in down the south end of this new construction site wouldn't work, so it would require a temporary relocation of all those functions, likely up onto Belmont Street. So I hope that that gives you a little broader understanding of why the proposal is located on the site where it is.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the Deputant? Okay, seeing none, hearing none. Thank you. Michael Mountford, are you here? 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm a resident, an owner of 74 Belmont Street. I live across the street from Belmont House. Ladies and gentlemen of Toronto East York Community Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to formally express my opposition to the proposed location expansion for Belmont House. While you listen to this presentation, the presenters today, imagine a 38.5 meter high building, 43.5 meters with the mechanical unit, 11 meters from Belmont Street. Pause for a moment and imagine how our community will change. How residents of Belmont House who enjoy and thrive in the sunlight and gardens in the front, the north side of Belmont House, will no longer be able to do so. Imagine a brick structure so out of place that Belmont Street suffers an irreversible decline. We, the residents of Belmont Street, recognize the importance of senior care facilities and the need to support our aging population with the expansion of LTC facilities. This is not a unique problem for Toronto. It is in fact an issue facing cities and towns all over North America. Diane Sachs responded to us in an email last night at 9:40 p.m.
Councillor Sachs, sir.
Councillor Sachs. In her email, she writes on about the province having the last say on all planning matters through MZOs and the extremely pro-developer Ontario Land Tribunal, and reference that LTC buildings will be exempt from all municipal planning rules. Councillor Sachs also mentioned how she has examined every aspect of this proposal and supports it because she doesn't say anything about not supporting it. Councillor Sachs also states city planning has given this proposal their resounding support after circulating it to all city divisions for comment. My colleagues almost always accept their advice, and there have to be extremely strong grounds to persuade them to do otherwise, she writes. I ask Councillor Sachs and you today, how about challenging city planning and not accept that their resounding support, and ask how this fits in the community? Councillor Sachs says the proposal is highly unpopular with some Belmont Street residents. I would suggest all Belmont Street residents. There isn't one homeowner who supports this proposal the way it stands today. We have asked Councillor Sachs to support us, her constituents, in this matter, but this has not happened. Lastly, in Councillor Sachs' email, she states she is satisfied that neither Belmont House nor the city have the funds to pay for millions of dollars of extra work that would be necessary to relocate the tower as suggested by us, the homeowners. I will tell the committee that when I met with Maria Elias, CEO of Belmont House in late April, the budget was $125 million. In a few short months, city planner Carl Geiger, who I believe is here today, has confirmed with us that the new budget is now $160 million. In a few short months, somehow $35 million has been found to build the exact same tower. The notion that there is no money is false. The design team lacks creativity to expand Belmont House in a way that works with the community and for the residents of Belmont House itself. They just need a push from you. Lost in this proposal, are the residents of Belmont House itself. My father is fortunate to be in the capable hands of the long-term care team on 5 West. What I can share with council members is that the dramatic changes coming to the grounds of Belmont House with the current proposal will impact the daily enjoyment for all residents spending time at Belmont House, as you know this. The beautiful gardens that have matured over the years and provide simplest of enjoyment will not exist. A brick building will. The front walk and grounds are the focal point of Belmont House. The setting is in every picture. The smiling faces of residents with family, caregivers, and friends will change forever. The sunshine that drapes the property will disappear in the very areas that residents enjoy the most, and the entire north exposure will be dark. The proposed inner courtyard won't compensate for the loss, putting the well-being of the most vulnerable at risk. The community is asking members of TEYCC to reject Belmont House design team proposal and send it back and bring forward a proposal with perpendicular design to Belmont Street. Altering the plan in this way would preserve the front greenery so enjoyed by everyone. It would lessen the impact on the green space and save the wonderful flower gardens that welcome residents and visitors every day. The additional height would be much easier to accept as the expansion would be in a north-south direction. Residents would suffer less. We would all benefit from the change to the proposal. Belmont House has the money. They have the funding to make this happen. They just need you to tell them to do it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, your time. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you for coming in today. Up next is Scott Cameron. Are you here? Scott Cameron? Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Thanks. First of all, I've been here for an hour and a half, and I've seen a bunch of city councilors just sitting on their phones texting the whole time, and I think it would be nice if you'd show the respect to your fellow citizens to actually pay attention to what they're saying. Now that I've said that,
Councillor
Just pause it.
Bravo would
Okay,
like
fine.
to
Just on a point
comment.
of privilege, to be clear, we're all working while we sit here because we have a lot of other duties, so I don't want any deputant to believe that when we're sitting here, we're enjoying our time. It's really about having multiple responsibilities.
yeah, well, I think that a lot of people took time out of their day to make these presentations, and I think it would be nice if you'd show them the respect to actually pay attention. Sitting on your phone is not that.
Sir, being here.
I'm moving along.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
I'm here today to express my own and my neighbors' opposition to the proposed expansion on Belmont House. First, I'd like to be clear that we support a thoughtful expansion of Belmont House as long-term care beds are in short supply. However, the current plan is badly thought through, and there's better ways to expand Belmont House that mitigate the many issues caused by this proposal. The issues that myself and other neighbors are worried about include the following. Size and height of the building. This building is 11 stories high, well over 50% higher than any of the current buildings at Belmont House, and much higher than any of the resident homes across the street. This is highly out of character with the street and will create significant sun blockage for large parts of the day. It's worth noting that Belmont House themselves objected to a recent condo tower nearby for the exact same reasons, which is sun blocking on their property. This will significantly diminish both the quality of life, but also property values on the street, putting a financial burden on its residents. Location of the building. The building comes right up to the property line and street, and will thus tower over the neighboring houses in an intimidating and unsightly way for a historic street. I believe somebody else referred to it as communist architecture, which I would tend to agree with. Toronto is losing its character as a city because of buildings like this. Put simply, this building is big, ugly, and has no business being built so close to residential homes. Belmont has been designated as a historic street. Planning needs to account for this. Foliage. This building construction will also require the removal of significant amounts of canopy on the street, While there's plans to replace some of this, it will take years or decades for those old trees to be truly replaced. Traffic and construction. Belmont Street is already very badly congested during rush hour as people use it to transit from Rosedale Valley Road and Yonge Street over to Bay and Davenport. There's no easy way for construction vehicles to access this construction site short of creating a major traffic problem. This will affect residents, but also the construction itself, as workers and equipment will not be able to access and exit the premises. Construction noise and delay will also be a major problem for both neighbors and for Belmont residents themselves, who deserve a peaceful retirement. Lastly, parking. There's no suitable parking near this area, and adding more parking would further reduce foliage and green spaces. Putting a personal lens to it, I asked the planners and councilors, how would you react if someone wanted to build an 11-story high building right across the street from your home? Not nearby, right across the street. Returning to my first point, despite these obstacles, myself and other residents are open to an expansion of Belmont House. We simply want it to be done with more thought and consideration for the street, its residents, and for the residents of Belmont House itself. Specifically, there's a much more preferable way to expand Belmont House, which would be to first expand the cafeteria and gathering area on the north part of the property, and then demolish the old cafeteria on the south and replace it with a new tower. The parking area in the southwest corner could also be used. The architects have said that this is not feasible. They've never provided any proof whatsoever. And frankly, throughout this process, there's been no consultation with us. This plan was presented to us as a fait accompli. They haven't listened to a single thing we've said. They could have engaged us several years earlier. As you said, they've been planning this for literally, I think literally he said decades. They've been looking at expanding this property since the early 2000s, and yet they only bothered to consult us late this summer after everything else had been done, and they've just been gaslighting us ever since with every one of our objections and offered no substantive proof as to why the design can't be changed. Belmont House and the architect in charge of this project has made a series of bad faith arguments as to why this is not possible, but none of these arguments is valid. Belmont House has not provided any proof nor substantiated any of these claims. By building a new cafeteria and organizational area first, it removes his first major objection that you can't demolish the cafeteria. Furthermore, while previously they said the building does not fit in the north-south area, but in fact it easily does, and I sent council notes a diagram proving this. Despite this, the architect and Belmont House continue to make excuses for their poorly thought through design rather than doing the work of amending their design and proposal. They continue to write post facto justifications of their poor design. In summary, we would urge the city to require Belmont House to revisit their design and construction approach. Belmont House is a big property. There's plenty of space to satisfy an expansion that does not so negatively impact Belmont Street itself. I challenge the Planning Commission and City Council to require Belmont House and the province to show some creativity, thoughtfulness, and care, and to create a design that serves the needs of the community without causing undue harm to both the lives and finances of its neighbor, as well as to the residents of Belmont Street itself.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you for coming in today. Next up is Norman Rashakowen. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Chair and members of Council. Thank you for the opportunity to share my concerns with you today about the proposed Belmont House expansion. I believe that the first responsibility of government is to ensure the safety and well-being of its citizens. In this context, it is clear that Ontario needs more long-term care beds, and the Belmont House proposal would provide such beds. However, it is also in this context that the Belmont House proposal has a number of material failings. I believe that it should be rejected so that a better proposal can be drafted and resubmitted to Council. I highlight the following 4 issues. Number 1, accessing the construction site from Belmont Street threatens the safety of residents. The traffic study of the project concluded that the expansion would not have an appreciable impact on traffic. This may be true following completion, but will not be true during the 3+ years of construction. Belmont Street is a 2-lane residential street. Toronto EMS station number 45 is located at the far west end. the traffic disruption caused as vehicles access the construction site from Belmont Street will impede the access of these and other emergency vehicles to residences in the immediate area, in Rosedale, and on the Don Valley Expressway. Belmont Street is a key artery to the DVP by way of Rosedale Valley Road. Number 2, accessing the construction site from Belmont Street threatens the structural integrity of its heritage homes. Belmont Street is unique. Half of the residences date back about 150 years. This is why it has been recognized as an area of special identity. The City of Toronto has recognized that these heritage homes are vulnerable to structural damage from the earth tremors that result from the passage of heavy trucks. This is why truck traffic is not permitted on Belmont Street. The steady flow of construction vehicles on Belmont Street that would result from the current proposal would threaten the structural integrity of these 42 heritage homes and leave Belmont House and the city exposed to potential class action lawsuit from homeowners seeking remediation. Number 3, the proposal provides for inadequate parking and the resulting congestion will impede the access of emergency vehicles to Belmont House. The principal access point for emergency personnel to Belmont House is the 55 Belmont Street entrance and not the fire and emergency route shown to you on the map presented by Mr. Davies. A review of police and fire department records by the City Planning Department will confirm this fact. The proposal fails to provide additional visitor parking commensurate with the planned doubling of Belmont House capacity. The resulting congestion in the parking area will impede the access of emergency vehicles to Belmont House itself. This risk to Belmont House residents due to inadequate parking could be resolved by incorporating underground parking into the project design. The additional cost seems de minimis in the context of a $160 million project. And finally, the proposed 11-story building will severely curtail sunlight for the residents of Belmont Street. The chairman of Belmont House, Chris Morgan, in his letter dated November 22nd, highlighted the importance of Belmont House residents having, and I quote, continued access to sunlight, air, and privacy. This is as true for the residents of Belmont Street as it is for the residents of Belmont House. It should be recognized that the current 11-story proposal would leave many homes on Belmont Street in shadow for most of the day. Shifting the project onto a north-south axis that is perpendicular to Belmont Street would see the shadows cast behave more like a sundial with limited impact on residents. In conclusion, the Belmont House expansion as proposed threatens the safety of nearby residents and the structural integrity of the 42 neighboring heritage properties. I ask the council reject it and instruct Belmont House to pursue as an alternative construction on a north-south axis with underground parking and site access from Davenport Road. This will ensure that access to emergency services is unimpeded and will minimize the short-term and long-term damage to the surrounding community.
Final thoughts, please.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Mark Richardson. Mark, are you here? 5 minutes. Starting time. Go ahead, Mark.
All right, councillors, as you know, my name is Mark Richardson. I'm a volunteer with HousingNowTO.com. We track affordable housing, seniors housing, long-term care, the full continuum of housing that is needed in the City of Toronto. And I'm here today to speak in support of this long-term care expansion. Yes, folks, even in Yorkdale, even in Yorkville, even a short walk away from Rosedale subway station, we should be building large amounts of long-term care. So I wandered around the neighborhood because I'd seen the protest letters and I'd certainly heard the passion of the people who could live in the multi-million-dollar gingerbread houses across the street. And I was hoping to try and understand the context of the neighborhood in a way that an 11-story building would be such a problem that it would require dozens of people to come to City Hall this morning and protest in this way, to print signs, to print banners, when literally, as you can see from that shot, that's Young and Eglinton, Young and Bloor. It is Young and Bloor at that angle. It is Young and Bloor at that angle. So I mean, it's in the middle of downtown. This is the intersection of two subway lines. It's just a few blocks away. There's a huge need for long-term care, and many people are affected by the need for long-term care. It's great we protected these houses in the 1970s. It's great that we've renovated those houses over the last 30 years and made them so that they are now, you know, nice kitchens and all this sort of stuff that people can live in and stay in that neighborhood and be really close to downtown. But they have to make room for other people. So when I was at the Ontario Municipal Association meeting last year, I went to the breakfast for the Ontario Long-Term Care Association, and they were explaining the challenges that they have in meeting the demand for long-term care in Ontario. And I thought it was useful context for both you and the neighbors who are sitting behind me who are very upset about this long-term care expansion to understand just how big a hole we are in.
We're fine with expansion.
So 80, this is my time, sir.
Please do not interrupt.
I let you have your
Interrupt you
time.
when you're deputing.
Ontarians 80 plus will increase at a rate nearly 4 times the rest of the population through 2043. Some of the folks sitting behind me will be 80 plus by 2043 and may need long-term care. By 2040, the number of Ontarians over 80 will nearly double to what they are today. Long-term care homes are critical to creating aging-in-place communities. Everyone says we want to age in place. You can't age in place in some little Victorian house with no bathroom on the main floor and stairs everywhere. I'll tell you a personal story. In the last 5 years, I've lost 3 relatives in their 80s and 90s. These little cute houses are great until they're not. Ferris Bueller said life comes at you fast, but death comes at you slow. And by the time you realize it's coming, you're not necessarily in the right place. And if you have to make space for these people in buildings that are appropriate, in neighborhoods they are in. If we don't make them near subway stations, we don't make them downtown, what happens? Then you're used to living downtown and suddenly you're placed in a long-term care facility in Scarborough North. Who's gonna come and visit you? It's nice you can be across the street from your son, but your son has to be able to afford a $2.5 million house to do that. Not everybody can do that. We need to make room for other people. Seniors entering long-term care today have a much higher level of need. 1 in 5 seniors over the age of 80 have complex care that requires long-term care. The wait list for long-term care has more than doubled in the last 10 years. You can double check with staff, but my understanding is the current Toronto long-term care wait list alone is 9,000 beds within the borders of the city of Toronto. This is getting us 280 of that 9,000. We maybe gonna have to have a little bit of shadow. I mean, this is not even a big building. The long-term care building that's being put up in my neighborhood is near the old Don Jail, and it's 22 or 24 stories. I know Councillor Perks has a long-term care on the UHN lands down near Dunn that's been supposed to be expanded, and we're waiting on that to happen. We have to do things at a speed and a scale that will upset the neighbors. So I'm just gonna leave you with the map. This is how many sites we need to build. And there's a community engagement through the Ontario Long-Term Care Association. I strongly encourage you all to listen to the experts and not to the local neighborhood cranks.
Thank you. Any questions for Deputant? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any more speakers on this item in the room? that we've missed? Okay. Councillor Sachs, this is your item.
Yes, thank you. I have questions for staff.
Okay, go ahead.
Starting with planning staff, is this 11-story building properly described as a tower or a mid-rise?
Good morning, Carl Geiger, Senior Planner. Through you, Chair, in this context, it's a mid-rise form.
Thank you. Now, the ABCRA Residents Association wrote an excellent letter asking that you carefully and thoroughly investigate whether it is possible to move this mid-rise, as the neighbors have suggested, to a north-south access. Did you do that work, and what did you conclude?
The applicant has provided sufficient details and alternatives demonstrating that that's not feasible for a number of reasons. That said, planning staff has reviewed the proposal and determined that this development is appropriate for the site.
Are you aware of any source of funding for the millions of dollars it would cost to relocate this building, as the neighbors have proposed?
No, I am not.
Now, have you carefully reviewed all the comments from the neighbors who object to the proposal, and do any of them raise grounds that the Ontario Land Tribunal would accept as reasons to refuse the proposal?
Community planning has reviewed all the comments that have been received.
Do any of them raise grounds that the OLT would accept as reasons to refuse the proposal?
Mr. Chair, on a point of order.
Point of order.
I would just caution Councillor Sachs not to prejudice any position the city might take in the event that we do wind up at a year.
Okay. Did you hear that, Councillor Sachs?
I did, thank you. All right, let me rephrase it then. Mr. Geiger, in your opinion, do any of these letters raise grounds that you think ought to lead this community council to refuse this proposal?
The staff feel confident that this is good planning.
Okay. Question for Heritage. Does this project recreate any impacts that under the Ontario Heritage Act should lead this community council to refuse this proposal?
Through the chair, the property at 55 Belmont Street doesn't include any heritage resources, and as such, approvals under the Heritage Act are not required for this proposal. There are a number of houses opposite that are included on the city's heritage register, and the Yorkville-Hazelton Heritage Conservation District is situated to the west on the other side of Davenport Street. When considering the impact of the new development on adjacent heritage buildings on the other side of Belmont Street, staff has to assess the impact that the new development would have on the heritage values and attributes of these adjacent heritage buildings. The buildings opposite are not being changed by this proposal, and as such, their heritage values and attributes would remain the same. The concern of residents that the new building would overwhelm an intact 19th century streetscape of working-class homes. Community planning have assessed the shadow impacts of the new building and have noted in the staff report that these are acceptable. The proposed new 11-story building is set back by approximately 11.4 metres. And therefore, when taken into account also the width of Belmont Street itself, the new building would be approximately 26 metres from the residential buildings on the north side of Belmont Street. Staff do not consider the proposed 11-story building would visually overwhelm or harm the heritage houses 26 metres away on the opposite side of the road.
Thank you. Back to community planning, please. We've heard comments from a number of residents, their concern about vibration and structural integrity of their houses. Do you have any evidence to believe that this will be a concern?
I do not, through you, Chair.
All right. And how are issues of vibration and structural integrity dealt with in the city's approval process?
Through the building code.
Did you review the adequacy of local infrastructure to support this building, and is there adequate local infrastructure?
Through you, Chair, staff have reviewed this application and are satisfied that the infrastructure can accommodate this development.
There are multiple significant projects within very close proximity to this project. What is the approach going to be to manage construction-related traffic, noise, dust, parking, staging, and so on?
Staff will work with transportation services and coordinate through the site plan approval process.
And is there a construction hub, and there is a construction hub coordinator already for this area, correct?
That's correct.
Do you anticipate any significant impact on traffic and parking after construction is complete?
In accordance with the traffic study, perhaps some of my traffic colleagues could further expand on that, but based upon the traffic study, there will be minimal change.
Do you have any concerns about the adequacy of the traffic study?
We're at time. Last question.
Yeah, through the chair, no, Transportation Services does not have any concerns with the traffic study.
Thank you. Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. I have a motion.
Okay. Just asking staff to put it up now.
Yes, so this motion is prepared by staff at their request. The report provided for a park dedication, and it's only late in the day that staff took into account the fact that this is a registered charity not required to make a park dedication, and so the draft report had to be amended. You will also see in paragraph 3 the request for a neighborhood liaison committee to consult the committee in developing and implementing the neighborhood communication strategy and the construction management plan for this project. I recognize that this has been a very controversial development for a number of the neighbors. As we've heard, there is a row of very beautiful houses on the other side of the street, on the north side of the street. And it really is an asset to the community, and the council has recognized this by the large number, I think it's 39 of the houses that have been listed as worthy of preservation. It was for that reason that I went back to the Heritage Department and asked that a representative of Heritage Planning be here today to confirm that there's no grounds for concern under the Ontario Heritage Act about the impact of this building. Certainly it will be a larger building than the buildings that are there now, but it doesn't create any problems, as we've heard from staff, with the Ontario Heritage Act. We also heard concerns about the Planning Act, the official plan, the desire to have compatible development in apartment neighborhoods. And again, we've heard from staff that they think this is compatible. So given the absolutely desperate need for long-term care beds, generally in Toronto, and particularly in my community, my ward has one of the oldest populations in the city. We have a very large number of people who are going to need long-term care, as well as the thousands of people who are already in long-term care lists. And as we've heard, 180 people in crisis right now who need spaces. And it makes an enormous difference to the welfare of our most vulnerable residents if it is possible for people to visit them, and that's only possible if they can continue to live in their community. I did ask Belmont House to provide extra and early communication with the neighbors, and they did so. As we've heard, in addition to the city's standard community planning meeting that was held in December. There were 2 community meetings hosted by Belmont House itself, one of which I was able to attend in person. In addition, I and my office have had many communications with the neighbors, in addition to a meeting last week and further emails, as you heard late last evening. It is unfortunate that there is so little flexibility. I can understand that it's extremely frustrating to the neighbors to get a proposal from a proponent and there be essentially no opportunities to change anything about it, and that's been the experience here. That although there has been a great deal of consultation, it doesn't feel like much to the neighbors because there was no opportunity to change anything about the building. All of the choices had already been eliminated by the time Belmont House and its architect came to the city and came to the community, and I can understand that that's very, very frustrating. I do wish that there had been an opportunity to make some adjustments to address the community concerns, but as we've heard from the applicant, from their architect, and from planning, there just aren't. The Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care sets very, very rigid rules. They set very rigid rules for funding, and within those rules, this is the only opportunity that we have to provide desperately needed long-term care beds in our community. And accordingly, I'm asking for your support. I'm asking your support for my amendment and for the project as a whole.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Sachs. All those in favor of the motion before us? Opposed? Carried. The next item, I'm actually.
Sorry, we need to have approval as amended, please.
We don't need to do those amended. That's the item, according to staff. Okay, thank you. Let's go back to Councillor Bravo's item number 2. The amendment is on your desk, so staff can just put it up on the screen. We could vote on that item.
Sorry?
Item number 2. Just waiting for it to come up on the screen. Okay. All those in favor of T 19.2? Opposed? Carried. Item as amended, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And Councillor Perks has released item TE 19.25, 89 Avenue Road, construction staging area. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And we'll go to TE 19.5, 522 University Avenue, zoning bylaw amendment application. Decision report approval.
Yes, Ms.
Number 5. 25 I just moved by Council. Oh, sorry, there was a motion? Okay, let's reopen it. The motion to reopen item 9.25, I'll move it. Sorry. Item TE 19.25, let's reopen that item because 25. All those in favor of reopening? Thank you. Opposed? Carried. Councillor Sachs has a motion to move on this item. Go ahead, Councillor Sachs. Item 9.25.
Yes, I'd like to move the motion that's on the screen to bring the encroachment agreement into alignment with the bike lane that now exists on Avenue Road.
Okay, all those in favor? Yeah. Yes. Yes. This is why we held it earlier, so it could be reviewed. Okay. Okay. Can we vote on this item? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Smile, Councillor Madelo. There we go. We're getting through this. The next item is T 19.5, 522 University Avenue zoning bylaw amendment application, decision report approval. Councillor Sachs, this is your item.
Yes, I'd like to defer it to next month, please.
Okay, deferring to next month. All those in favor? Opposed? Item 5.
Yeah.
In favor?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I could ask a favor, please. I only have one other item, and I'm late for something else. Could we possibly do 19.48?
Well, you actually have item number 6, which is yours, and there are deputants on that item. And to be fair, there are 2 other councillors who actually have to leave here. We're all trying to get through this together. But Councillor Sachs, the next item I'm going to call is item T 19.6, and that is your item as well. And yeah, and there's a deputant here. So 522 University Avenue, alterations to and demolition of heritage attributes at the designated property under section 33 and 34 of the Ontario Heritage Act, and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement. We have one deputant on this item, Dennis McIntosh. Are you here? Okay, you have 5 minutes, sir. Come on up. Okay, go ahead. 5 minutes. Yeah.
Some time ago, two councilors, Mike Layton and Adam Vaughn, on different occasions came over to the area to take a look at Simcoe Street, which is a mess of traffic. And they're gone now, but the traffic problem is still there. It is a problem that has been brought forth to City Hall over and over and over again, and every building that is being built on this street faces the same problems of how to deal with traffic that is, in our opinion, out of control. I live across the street in a condominium complex called One Park Lane. It's a complex of 3 buildings, and the noise on Simcoe and the traffic is very, very difficult throughout the day. An example of what not to do is 480 University Avenue, and when they put a condo on top of that business block at 488. We asked what they were providing for service areas. It was one service area for, I think, a 50 to 55-story building now. And that area is seldom used for moving garbage and other stuff. It is done on the street now. That blocks traffic. Traffic, when blocked, then becomes loud and noisy. And in the buildings where we live, there are a lot of medical people living because of the medical establishments in our area. And at day and night, a large honking activity takes place, and they're woken up for people who are actually on shift. There are examples of what to do on the block, brand new examples. One at 234 Simcoe, huge projects by Lanterra Projects. They have a totally inside servicing area for garbage and for people moving in and out. 250 Dundas, which is in the same block as 522 University, has got application at City Hall, and they also have put everything inside the building so that there's no blockage of traffic while they're doing their business. And we're asking this be done at 522 University. When it was being run by the insurance companies who had asked for additional heights, their spokesperson said, oh, they weren't going to do anything with the existing structure of in and outs for the business block and the down ramp for parking. This morning there was a truck that backed into this tiny space that they have at 522 to move people in and out and to deal with garbage. The truck was not that big, but it went down over the sidewalk and almost to the street in order to do the ability to move traffic and their product in and out of the place. So what we're asking for is that when this project gets going again, that we would like them to have, like the other people on the street, all of their moving people in and out and their garbage to be within the structure. And if not, then it'll just create an absolute overwhelming traffic. I suggest if you're passing by the area, you can see on Elm and Simcoe that the traffic can be backed up all the way down Simcoe to Dundas, and it can be all the way back Murray to over to McCall. So that's what I'm asking for, and what we're asking for at One Park Lane is for this older building that's about to be redone, that in the process, please make it all indoor to lessen the traffic problems on the street. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Go ahead, Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. I want to defer this item as well, please, to the next meeting.
Okay, all those in favor of deferring this item? Opposed? Carried.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay. Okay, the next item, I feel like I'm losing track here. T 19.71 to 19 Thelma Avenue Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application. We do have deputies on this item. First up is Hai Duwash. Are you here? Can IT come and assist for a second, please? Okay, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead. One moment. Okay. 5 minutes.
My name is Mike Walsh. I'm a single parent of 4 daughters. I live across from the proposed development at 119 Thelma Avenue at 8 Thelma. It's in the heart of the village of Forest Hill, for those who aren't familiar. It's centered at Lonsdale and Spadina. It's a true village with a grocer, a baker, barber, bank, restaurants. Is a single street light. Thelma Avenue is 1 block north. This is Thelma Avenue. It's a narrow, quiet residential street that is a dead end that has only access from Spadina Avenue. Here's my house. It's very slow. It's frozen. The proposed development is 5 times taller than my house at 30 meters. My house is 6 meters. It is 7 stories. However, the interior floor heights range from 11.1 to 14 feet, giving it a height of equivalent of a traditional 10-story apartment building. The height, the standard height that they use for the building is measured at the highest point of the grade. This is on their drawings on the northeast corner. I live across from the southeast corner where the grade is where the driveway is, which is 2 meters lower. From, according to the architect, from the sidewalk to the top of the front facade parapet is 25 meters. And to the top of the penthouse utility is 30 meters. When you look at what the building looks like, it is twice as tall as any existing building within the village. Everyone says standards or guidelines. The only thing written in stone are the 10 Commandments, but the only thing that I could find available related to this development are the mid-rise building developments, which this building ignores. First of all, Thelma Avenue is not a quote avenue. It is a small, it's barely a side street. But even if it was an avenue with a 20-meter right-of-way, the maximum recommended height would be 20 meters, and this is 30 meters. The front facade is 25 meters. I have a solar roof that I invested with Green TO, Toronto Solar, the Canada Greener Homes Initiative, and Help TO that installed a 10 kilowatt solar array on my roof, as well as inverter, heat pump, EV car charging, and two-way metering with Toronto Hydro to reduce my carbon footprint by 85% and hopefully reduce my current and future energy expenses. The reports from the shadowing study, which we do not have, the updated shadow study is not yet on the city website. The previous shadow study is based from April and it's been revised. I'm still waiting for the actual study to arrive. I was emailed 10 minutes ago from the architect, the PDF of the study, but don't have the actual documents.
Okay, you have 5 seconds.
Shit. The shadows impact my house by reducing my electricity generation by 40%.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you. Craig Unis, are you here? 5 minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Greg Ewens with Batory Planning and Management. I'm here with the project architect, Richard Wengel. The supportive reports before you today detail a new 7-story building located just east of Spadina Road in Forest Hill Village. The building occupies 10 properties, which have mostly sat vacant, some for 20 years, in various states of repair, and we're happy to help resolve that situation with this application. The proposal contains 24 large 3-bedroom units. Parking is located underground, as is solid waste collection. There's new tree planting and landscaping around the site. The application responds to both city and provincial direction, specifically from the provincial planning statement, to intensify underutilized sites in major transit station areas, like this one. The site is somewhat unique. It's mostly surrounded by apartment buildings. It abuts a mixed-use area and apartment neighborhood areas. Building has been designed and sited to limit impacts on the surrounding area, including shadows. There are also spillover effects in terms of housing and benefits from this project that go well beyond the site. The existing buildings once housed 11 rental units, and those are being replaced, but they're being replaced off-site, which is a less conventional way to do this. But as there are no occupants in these buildings, nobody is being displaced. But the off-site approach is actually driving more housing construction, as the new rental building will contain around 60 units, far in excess of the 11 units that are just being replaced from this building. Finally, I think it's also a good example of how leaving units vacant for a significant period of time doesn't mean you get to bypass the rental replacement policies. But back to Thelma, neighborhood change can be hard, and I think one of the critical parts in this conversation is consultation and understanding and talking with the community. This has been a very collaborative process. We have had, with all involved, the city, the residents, local councillor's office, and the project has benefited from that. Since the past summer, when the application was submitted, we've had 4 community meetings, 3 of which were in person, with members of the community from the streets. We've also had a number of smaller offline discussions, including some very detailed ones to explain things such as shadow study methodology and impacts. These conversations have helped inform revisions to the application to help address traffic, solid waste collection, pickup and drop off, parking and loading matters, construction management, and tree protection. And I just want to conclude by thanking the community members who took time to engage with us on this, thanking Councillor Matlow, Sebastian in your office, and city planning staff, particularly Catherine, Denise, Sipo, Janany, and Oren. Thank you, everybody, for your time. Richard and I are here if there are any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the Deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Next up, Ronald Lieberman. Are you here? Ronald Lieberman, 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. I've lived at 42 Thelma for 42 years, and I was born in the village. I'd like to explain a little bit about Thelma and tell you about what I think are the 2 problems that we're facing. Thelma is about a 200-meter dead-end street. We have traffic problems, serious traffic problems. It's not because of volume. It's because there's no natural turnaround on the street. So every car that comes in has to go out and has to turn around on our driveways. One of our problems is to ensure that that the difficulties we have are not exaggerated by the building that's being put up. And we're in dialogue with the developer, and I hope that that will result in a fruitful result. The other problem that concerns us is the height of the building. It's out of place in the village as it now sits and has sat for 100 years. And maybe there are some design aspects that we can work on that will improve that. And I hope that the developer who's here today will be receptive to talking to us about that. The other problem about height is the one that the doctor just outlined to you. So I'm hoping that the dialogues will continue, and that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the Deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Daniel German, are you here? Online? Okay. 5 minutes. You see him online?
Hi there, hello.
Okay, 5 minutes, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for allowing me to speak today regarding the proposed zoning amendment. I'd first like to comment on the height of the proposed structure and amendment to the zoning bylaw that would permit such a monstrous and horridly out-of-place construction on a small dead-end residential street in Forest Hill Village. The proposed construction, as has already been mentioned, would dwarf all surrounding buildings. Even referring to the architect's 3D illustrations, we can plainly see the contrast such a building would have with regards to the surrounding area. If it were to proceed, this project would be more than twice the height of all surrounding buildings. There are a few issues with this. Firstly, the context of the buildings in the neighborhood is something that has been ardently kept for over a century, both through neighborhood member activities and even by our local councillor, ensuring that the village maintains its distinct feel. To allow this monstrous construction to proceed would destroy the well-cultivated character of Forest Hill Village. It's simply of ridiculous scale and of equally unpleasant architectural design. Secondly, the shadow study that is put forth on which this has been based and approved quotes a 22-meter building. This isn't the case. The architectural firm that funded and submitted the shadow study has been well aware of this fact for the majority of the last 6 months. They're not acting in good faith. The lowest height of this proposed construction is in fact 27 meters, but that's at the lowest or easterly point of the grade. It's obscene to allow such a large project to proceed, especially since all of the documentation that has been submitted doesn't account for an extra third of the height of the building that has been added. I would ask how and why this study would be accepted by all parties concerned during the review and approval process for this bylaw amendment. This would directly affect more than 20 separate households, depriving them of much needed sunlight. This isn't evident in the current study and would surely, I would presume, have resulted in questions being asked regarding the approved height of any new build. I myself have my winter sunlight exposure reduced to under 2 hours a day. Even during the summer months, I would have less than 4 hours of sunlight per day. I would lose all of my late afternoon and evening light because of this monstrosity. I fail to see how this can possibly be allowed. I am a resident of a rental apartment, but I can only imagine what such deprivation of natural light would mean for the property values of surrounding houses. As well, this construction is repeatedly stated to be within walking distance of a TTC subway station, also referred to as major transit station area. I would ask the council to consider why the owner of a multi-million-dollar suite with 2 parking spaces would need access to a subway. Surely this would be more suited to a slew of rental suites whose residents would be more likely to avail themselves of this convenience. The residential density of this new building would be paltry compared to hypothetical rental suites, which would meet the needs of Toronto's growing population, such as the fourplexes that were recently recommended by Ford. The rental suites that this project would replace are also basically being ignored and shuffled aside. Yes, there are lots of them, but the proposed replacement of these many rental suites is apparently being met by a construction that is across the city, many kilometers away from the village. Multi-million-dollar suites are hardly conducive to ensuring that renters have affordable housing in Forest Hill Village. In closing, I'm not against construction at this site, quite the opposite. I see a large and accessible plot of land that should be developed and would welcome an appropriate project. I would simply ask that it be a development that holds the interests of the village, existing surrounding tenants and homeowners, and the needs of the City of Toronto more at heart. I would also ask that any party that is involved in the approval of this zoning bylaw amendment do so with the same scrutiny they would if such a ridiculous project were proposed on their quiet, dead-end residential street. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none. Steve Mack, are you here? Steve Mack? Ronald Thompson? Okay, 5 minutes.
Thompson, and I am an owner of number 35 Thelma and a resident of Thelma Avenue for the last 19 years. Hello, Josh. Nice to see you. Our kids have gone to school together at Forest Hill Public School. The reason I'm here is to speak on behalf of some of the residents, and certainly on behalf of myself and my family who've been enjoying quiet enjoyment of the property and Thelma Avenue, yea, these many years. The proposed development, however, has been a bit of a shocker for everybody, I think, involved, as it is such a monolith and ultimately represents all kinds of interesting issues. I think, like others, I'll support the idea of development of that series of tenement houses that we've had sitting for the entire time that I've been on Thelma Avenue. So we'd love to see that develop into something that's sustainable and that can be integrated into the community. The 9-story or 7-story or whatever, however we're phrasing it, development is certainly far beyond, I think, what anybody would have contemplated for this particular piece of land. Ron Lieberman has spoken about some of the other issues, including the height and including airflows and some of the other issues that we have to do with the land. I think my primary issue is a very serious and severe one of the traffic congestion issue. Already on Thelma Avenue, for any of you who have experienced Thelma, we have a major traffic congestion problem right now. I cannot imagine one day of having 55, 34, it doesn't matter how many parking spots, added to that equation. Just the amount of sheer traffic that we have today turns what is a dead end with no turnaround space. And that's the major issue, is that people come into our dead end, that at the end of the dead end, you have a daycare in the back of the church. But other than that, there's no place to turn your car around. So basically what happens, people take their cars, they go to the end of the street, they realize they can't, it's not a through street, they have to turn around, they have to use driveways. We are already having free parking on the south side of the road, so it's untenable. Basically what's happening is with this new development, it would create a chokehold at the very mouth of the street, prohibiting people from passing. Certainly I'm a taxpayer, as are all of us on Thelma Avenue. We'd be outraged to think that we couldn't get our children to and from school, that we couldn't get to and from work, that we couldn't get to and from the bank so that we can pay our taxes. It's an outrage to think that the city has not carried out a more extensive study on the traffic flow, on the obstruction that currently exists, let alone layering on a second appendage, which would be this new development, the way it has been planned. Clearly, we all support the idea of more development that would be, sustaining and that would be appropriate for the neighborhood. But having said that, this would represent a major issue for us. I think, I've looked at the study that was initiated. I think there's a bit of a lack of transparency here, because I also see how this meeting was so rushed, in such an enormous hurry to get this thing rubber stamped. And, to me, as a sort of a long-term resident, I would like to see the due process shown to me in detail as to how the city got to this decision to approve it without having done its necessary due diligence on the effect, especially from a traffic perspective, on this development. I've not seen it. I've seen several documents, nothing of which is in any way conclusive or has taken into account the existing traffic congestion problem, let alone what will be represented by this new add-on. So I think that's my major issue that I wanted to address today, is that we have a significant issue. I don't know if you're aware that we've had several instances of this, because of construction and because of the flow of traffic moving in for people to park on our street. We've had a major issue now in terms of getting people to and from where they need to go. This has been almost daily now for the past year. So I would ask the committee to take a look at this, please, and to come back to me and to the other residents with a conclusive due diligence explaining how this could potentially work, because I do think that I have to say I'm in opposition of the project.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputants? Seeing none. Councilor Matlow, this is your item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have some amendments that the clerk has, and I'll speak to the item and the amendments themselves. So Thelma Avenue is a street that I know very, very intimately. Up until last year, my dad lived at 8 Thelma Avenue until he passed away. And so when I think of Thelma Avenue, it's a street that I think of as a place where we've had many family gatherings and holidays together, and watching my daughter grow up in my father's living room, having some very meaningful memories that we created together. And many of the neighbors who you heard from today are people who I not only know, but I care deeply about. And so you can imagine, just personally, struggling with an item like this is difficult. So I look at it, so I try to be dispassionate about it and just look at it pragmatically. Like what is, as Ron said to me the other day, what would my father do? What is the right thing to do? And I look at the facts in front of us. And the reality is, the government has prescribed a provincial major transit area in this area. So in this area, there could be, never mind 7-story buildings, there could be 10-story buildings, 15-story buildings, 20-story buildings, and more. And I hate, the residents may not like to hear this, but the reality is they're coming, and we need to address that reality. And I'm sorry, I find it a little bit distracting just because my colleagues are talking. Sorry to interrupt your conversation. So we have to deal with that reality pragmatically. I know that I do have an option, for example, to sort of just say I'm going to go against this, but in all honesty, that would be plain politics and that would be fooling you, because the reality is it's either going to get approved at council or it's going to get approved at the tribunal. That's something we know. So I want to take this opportunity to move amendments that I think are helpful to address some of the more meaningful comments that I've heard from the community. Now, many years ago, I moved a motion, and this was under a different planning regime and a different provincial government, but I moved a motion to focus on the urban design guidelines of the village. This village is really special, and it's not even a matter of like, do you want low density, high density, this, that. The character and the fabric of the village itself is a really, really special place. As I think Hyde described it earlier, like this is a place I used to, when I was a kid, I used to go to the Forrestal Barbershop, and Nick and Nicola and the gang with their wonderfully inappropriate humor and their very hospitable barbershop was kind of one of the community centers, quasi-community centers in the village. And we had Irwin's Hardware, and we had, and we've got some amazing restaurants that are still there and some great little shops. And there's something really special about that. When you leave your home, you run into friends and neighbors inevitably on Spadina. And that is the character that we're describing. So it's not a euphemism for, no change at all. And in fact, I think most of the residents on Thelma have been very clear that there's no way on earth that they'd want to see those derelict homes remain there in perpetuity. But we do want to review and embolden the urban design guidelines to ensure that as the area grows, that it's not just Wild West, that it's managed well, and that we can, borrow from the materiality, we can learn from really what we value in the area and contribute to however we grow in the future. We don't want to see, for example, Spadina become this like soulless glass sort of condo row, but we want to have animation on the street. We want to have the small mom and pop shops. We want to retain that. There were comments made about the nature of Thelma being a dead-end street. And my motion here works to address both continuing work on mitigating the impacts of any development on the street, but also even looking at ideas like a circular driveway, a lay-by, ways to improve even the existing situation that already is a problem rather than seeing it exacerbated. We want to see a traffic study. And it's not just for this, it shouldn't be a site-specific issue. If I may just have a couple more seconds, just to conclude. This is about, as the area grows, we want to make sure that it's informed and that we understand the impacts of the cumulative impact rather than just one site-specific development. So I will conclude, and I appreciate the last remaining seconds, to say I believe that I'm doing what is pragmatic, what is honest to address the reality here. And it's not over. We're going to work as a community on everything from the site plan, which is going to be critically important, to the construction management to make sure that your quality of life as the construction occurs, whether it be 7-story or 2-story, whatever it would have been, construction sucks, and we need to make sure that we manage that well so that we mitigate the impact on the street. Thank you.
Thank you. So all those in favor of the amendment? Okay, all in favor? Opposed, carried. As amended? As amended, all those in favor? Opposed, carried. We do have 5 or 4 minutes. I'm going to try to maybe move the items with no speakers on them, just so we could clear some of these things up. So TE 19.8, 1-19 Thelma Avenue rental housing demolition application. Do you have a motion for that?
I've got a motion on that. My motion simply, I agree with some of the comments that were made by one of the tenants on the street. I'd like to continue exploring if there's opportunities to have the replacement units within the local vicinity.
Okay, all those in favor? You want to hold that item down? Okay, let's hold this down. Okay. Nothing is easy in this chamber. TE 19.16, 60, 62, 64, 68, and 68 Sudan Avenue residential demolition application. Councillor Matlow?
I have a motion.
Okay. 16, let's see what the motion says.
Working with the local community, in between the demolition and the future development of the site, we'd like to look for creative opportunities for pop-up creative ways to animate the space, so that it can be, a beautiful and fun place during the interim period.
Okay, sounds reasonable.
Thank you.
All those in favor? Opposed, carried. TE 19.17, application for sidewalk cafe permit located at 744 St. Clair Avenue West, Rushton Road, Flagon. And there's two options. Council Matlow. Item 17, you have two options. Which ones do you choose?
Let me hold that down.
Okay, we're gonna hold that item down. Jesus, Murphy. Okay, let's go to the new business, looking at the time. Dovercourt Road removal of accessible loading zone. Councillor Bravo. There's a new business. Okay, move the recognition of the letter. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. Clover Lawn Avenue, parking amendments.
I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter.
All those in favor? Opposed, carried. Always stop control and parking amendments, Dennison Avenue and Carr Street. Deputy Mayor Malik?
Sorry, which one's that?
It's new business. Always stop control.
Sorry, I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
All those in favor? Opposed, carried. Speed hump installation, Niagara Street between King Street West and Adelaide Street West. Deputy Mayor Malik?
Thank you. I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter.
All those in favor? Opposed, carried. Parking amendments, Shaw Street. Deputy Mayor Malik?
I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
All those in favor? Opposed, carried. Berryman Street parking revisions. I told Councilor Sachs I moved this on her behalf. It's recommendation in her letter, I'm assuming? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed, carried. Is there any other new business? I don't see any. Okay, that's the new business. Okay, we're at time, 12:30. Recessed until 1:30. Please come back in time. All the rest that are listed here are all items that with deputations. All right? Thank you. Okay, we have quorum. We're going to resume our meeting. The next item is TE 19.9, 90 Eastdale Avenue and 2 Seacourt Avenue zoning bylaw amendment application decision report for approval. Well, he held it. Yeah, we'll come back to it after. We have two speakers on item 9. Brian Moore, are you here? Okay, pull him up. He's online. Brian, can you hear me? Okay, go ahead. You have 5 minutes. You're on mute, Brian.
How about now?
Yep, we could hear you.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to present. There's no way in 5 minutes I will cover all the concerns that we have regarding this rezoning, but I will cover some of the highlights, and there are lots of written submissions that go into more detail. So I'll start with a few of the sort of macro issues and break it down into more personal things as I progress. So for those that may not be familiar with the area, this is already a super dense area of high rises. We have 90 Eastdale, 75 Eastdale, 94 Eastdale, 100 Eastdale, which isn't even occupied yet, 2 Seacourt plus 2 towers on 44 Lumsden, and probably a few that I'm missing. Our street is already a traffic jam, and the 100 Eastdale 37-story tower isn't occupied yet. Over the next couple of years, it will get significantly worse. We used to have 2 transit routes that served that particular location. Now we have 1, which is often at the peak of rush hour super crowded. In terms of affordable housing, I gather from listening to earlier deputations and comments in this meeting that amount of affordable housing is restricted by legislation, so we won't go there, but there is a concern that the townhouses, which are somewhat affordable, will be replaced by units that will only be affordable for a certain duration of time. And that will impact many families in this lower income community of the city. I won't even touch on the sort of shadow issues and stuff that seems to come up in all these discussions as I've heard over the day, but they will be an issue for those of us in the existing 90 Eastdale building, both with the 100 Eastdale 37-story tower and this new proposed one. We have lived in a construction zone for 4 years, or very close to 4 years, with the construction of 94 Eastdale and 100 Eastdale. This amendment is proposing another probably 3 years of construction because it never actually occurs on the schedule. Quite frankly, as a long-term resident of 90 Eastdale, if I weren't going to lose my rent control, I would move. It's very impactful for those of us that live there to have 8 years of construction. What will probably be 8 years of construction. There are other issues with that. So in the previous constructions that just are getting close to finished, there were many accessibility issues created by the construction. So just as an illustrative example, for several months, the only path in and out of our complex was through the driveway where the construction vehicles came in and out. I'm a totally blind guy, and I already can't hear because you got 100 machines going. Now I have to guess at where the trucks are and hope I don't get killed on the way in and out. Do I want to do this another 3 years? No. That won't stop the project, but what I would suggest is that if it's in the city power to impose some more stringent conditions and actual enforcement on the construction for creating safe zones for pedestrians, that needs to happen. In the proposed items in the agenda, there's nothing about that. And maybe they're covered by building code. I'm an IT guy, not an urban planner, so I don't know. But this, after 4 years of construction, I don't think we can do another 4. And like I said before, quite honestly, me and I suspect a bunch of other disabled residents would probably move because this construction and renovations have created a myriad of safety issues and a whole bunch of access issues that are out of scope of this discussion. But quite honestly, I don't have confidence in this corporation to provide a safe environment or finish anything close to on time or promise any of the amenities they approved.
Okay.
Sorry.
Ty, your time's up, sir.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for coming in today. Janet Davis, are you here? Hey, Janet, you're up.
Shouldn't there be like music or
or a red carpet, maybe. Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Janet, seulement en français, s'il vous plaît.
Ah non, pas aujourd'hui, monsieur. I can't sit this low. Where are the adjustments? Let me try this one. It's better.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm very pleased to be here, and I'm sure you're asking, why am I here? And I have to say, it's because I care still very much about the communities that I represented for many years. And also to get that tuna sandwich and milk at the calf today. I should say, first of all, that I really have 4 things to say. And I'll try and keep it brief, but you know me. I think first I wanted to comment on the planning process for the rezoning and the community engagement process that took place. And to say that I think, as it often is, and I understand, you all go through this, and I know the constraints that are placed on councillors when it comes to community consultation. But I do believe that it was inadequate in this case. This community, the Secord community, has been, and this site, 2 Secord 9 Aysdale, has been the subject of several development proposals. One in which I was involved in beginning in 2008, and in 2012, after working all through a hot summer in the basement of 2 Secord, we reached a settlement at the OMB. And it was within months, the property owner appealed and said, we're no longer interested in this settlement, which was brokered and reached at the OMB. Their proposal was to, of course, increase the density on this site, and they came forward again with an additional many stories on the tower that was proposed on the site, and instead of townhouses, stacked townhouses, a mid-rise development. The development on this site, while the staff are recommending it and provide a number of rationale for why it's appropriate development on the site, raises for me the general issue of density and when is density enough. Now, this proposal is to replace 31 affordable 3-bedroom townhouses with a 40-story tower, wedged in amongst several other buildings within this block. Just over these last 6 years, the number of units on this site have doubled, and this proposal will bring an additional 535 units. Now, at the risk of being called a neighborhood crank or a NIMBY, I've come to raise questions about when is density enough, particularly when the community benefits that accompany it simply are insufficient. So in this proposal, the developer also submitted a block context plan in which they've identified several other sites, soft sites in this very block, one block, that already has 5 towers, an additional 40-story tower. It would mean an additional 115 more stories, is what the context plan, or the context block plan submitted by the developer. I can't imagine how this neighborhood can accommodate in this site that much additional density, particularly because Dawes and Danforth, Main and Danforth is seeing incredible density and development. Now I'm looking at my time. So what I believe is that there are opportunities, despite what I think is too much development for that block and possibly for the neighborhood, and I understand the need for housing. But what comes with it is very few community benefits. If you look at the submission, which I'm sure you've read, that I sent to you in writing, the applicant is proposing to fix the laundry rooms, fix the door on one of the buildings entering into one of the, this is on the existing site, the improvements for the existing neighborhoods who are neighbors who are going to have to involve this, absorb this development. So I've recommended, and I would call on the councillor to consider having another community meeting, either deferring this for another round to allow for this, the affected residents to actually have an in-person meeting. This is a low-income neighborhood, and they have not had the opportunity to have any involvement.
Okay.
I also think, just to give me one last comment, this is a neighborhood with Secord Public School, and anyone who has been a trustee knows that Secord Public School has been virtually at the top of the capital list for the TDSB, and a community center in there. The development is going to destroy at Main and Danforth. It's going to demolish the existing community center at Main Square. This community center at Secord is going to be severed off, and we will not have the community benefits.
Okay, thank you.
So that's what I'm recommending,
Thank
that
you.
whatever community benefits, they go to rebuilding the community center at Secord School. Thank you very much.
Any questions for the deputant? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Janet. Up next is Andrew Froley. Calling from Australia. Andrew from Australia. Are you here?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. You have 5 minutes. Canadian time.
Thank you. Can you see that?
5 minutes. Go ahead.
Yep. I urge the council to completely reject the proposal that we're under here. For a bit of context, following on from what my other people have thought about, this area is suburban East York. It is not Young Eglinton. It is not downtown Toronto. It's not even the Danforth. It is suburban East York. We've got seven towers here with an average height of 20 stories. We've already had our Estelle Parkhead here completely bulldozed and replaced with a 36-floor apartment building, which is just coming up to completion now, as well as a squatter 7-story building sort of wedged in here. This building is an abomination. You can see it here. This is from about 1 kilometre away. It's completely ruined the whole amenity of the area. What we're looking at now is yet another 40-story building after they raise the 30-odd existing townhouses that are there. The amount of density is just over the top. The height is over the top. I don't know what guidelines have been used, employed by the council to approve this building, but I respectfully suggest it is inappropriate. It is just ridiculous. In terms of public opinion, there were 10,000 signatures apparently to oppose this, and they were presumably ignored. Apart from the height, the sheer density, I did some calculations that adding up all these existing 7 buildings, 138 floors. Now, I know that comparing floors is inexact, but I don't have the number of units for each building. 220 floors after, a 60% increase in the number of floors in this small area. And yet this is described by the city's draft response as being compatible with surrounding context and appropriate densification. How is a 60% increase in the number of floors considered appropriate densification? It is absurd. It is obscene. These streets here are little suburban streets with one lane in each direction. They are already, as my colleague mentioned, they're already under capacity. At peak times, this street here is completely full. Seacourt is completely full. I think mainly because of the bike lanes now on the Danforth. People are trying to find another way through. They won't be able to cope with the extra traffic once this building is occupied. How the hell are they going to cope with this? It just cannot be done. The local school, as mentioned, is already at capacity. So we're going to have buses or more cars on these roads to be able to go to school and back. The overshadowing, this abomination of a building here, the one that's under construction, or nearly finished now, overshadows the local picnic ground for a couple of hours from late autumn to early spring. So around about lunchtime. So local workers who want to come on a nice sunny warm day for lunch, they'll be doing so in the shade. I wonder how on earth the city would approve something like that. You can see here that's how it is. The replacement park is an expanse of concrete. You can see here, all these trees don't even exist yet. They've all been bulldozed for them so they can lay the concrete. How is the replacement of our fully grassed and treed Eastdale parquet compatible with a concrete expanse? The urban heat island effect is going to be massive. It's going to be an absolute hothouse in summer in this area from now on. All these trees here have been bulldozed, or some of these were about to be bulldozed as part of this thing here. This used to be a lovely shade to walk along Eastdale, to go to the shops or go to the bus stop. All bulldozed, even the ones that are on the perimeter of this supposed new park, which is basically a concrete expanse. People think the term NIMBY was used. Well, they've already come for our backyard. Now they're coming for our front yard as well with a 40-story building. It is ridiculous. And I'm just up in arms about how this could possibly be approved. And just lastly, people talk about the housing crisis. The housing crisis was caused in the main, I believe, by the Trudeau government's insane immigration policies. 1 million people per year post-COVID for the last couple of years, the biggest portion of which were coming to the GTA. That's why we've got a housing crisis. That is what the developer is relying on to justify these buildings. Well, guess what? The Trudeau government's now backtracking big time. They're cutting immigration severely. 1.2 million people are meant to be leaving this year. And they're now expecting actually for Canada's population
Andrew,
to decrease in the next
time.
year.
Thank you.
This building isn't even needed anymore.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you. I'm going, with the permission of the local councillor, I'm going to hold this item down and then proceed to item 19.10 because it is a related item because there are speakers on here as well. So I will hold item 19.9 and we'll move on to speakers on item T 19 Point 10, 90 Eastdale Avenue and 2 Seacoast Avenue rental housing demolition application, decision report for approval. And the first person on the list is Andrew Valeri again. Mr. Valeri, I know you just spoke on this, on the previous item. Do you want to speak again on this item? Because you are listed twice here.
Look, thank you, but I think I've made my point there.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Jennifer Barrow. Jennifer Barrow, are you here? Is she online? No? Okay. Harry Leonard. Harry Leonard. Okay. You have 5 minutes. Yep, any of those seats are fine. 5 minutes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a tenant at 444 Lumsden Avenue, known as the Agnes McPhail community. How many people know who Agnes McPhail was? Oh, not bad, yeah. Usually I don't get a very good response when we talk about Agnes. Anyway, we're concerned at that building, my neighbours and I, about the density, which Councillor Davis spoke about, and the TTC issue, and Seacourt School. Not much more to say except that, you know, that was a lovely little neighbourhood, and we're not against development, but it has to make sense. And I'm just disappointed there's not more single-family dwelling people from the Barrington, Eastdale, and Lumsden neighbourhood, the homeowners around this. No show. Anyway, I hope you make the right decision today. And by the way, Mr. Bradford, I've tried to get a hold of you 6 times and been unable.
Sir, you need to speak through the chair and speak
Okay,
on the
Chair,
item.
to you, to Mr. Bradford, you're not my voice at City Hall if I can't get a hold of you.
It's Councillor Bradford, sir.
Yeah, okay, whatever. You call him what you like. I've got other names.
Okay, thank you. Any
Thank
questions
you.
for the deputant? Seeing none. Jenny Layden? Jenny Layden, are you here? Okay, 5 minutes, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm a tenant at 90 Eastdale, Townhouse 78, where I have spacious living room, dining room, kitchen, and powder room on the main floor. The second floor has 3 bedrooms and a full-size bathroom with a fairly normal-sized staircase and hallways. My basement is the same size as my main.
Ma'am, can you hold for a sec, please? Mr. Leonard, do you mind keeping the volume down? If you want to speak, you can just step out of the room, okay? Go ahead, my apologies.
It's okay. My basement is the same size as my main floor, where there is a spacious laundry room with a full-size washer and dryer. The other large room is used as a home office and rec room. There is also a cold room and storage under the stairs. In total, I have a 3-floor townhome with ample living and storage space. We are being forced to a 2-story apartment with a small patio. My front and backyards are spacious and private. I don't want to go from a space that I enjoy now to a shoebox in a stacked townhouse. The indoor and outdoor square footage I currently enjoy is 1,653 feet. The private outdoor square footage is currently enjoyed is 655 square feet, for a total of 2,308 square feet. What we are being offered as compensation only takes into account the indoor square footage, and they considered the shared outdoor space they've made to be fair compensation for the amount of private outdoor space we are now losing. If the federal and provincial and municipal governments want to build more houses, not housing, houses, why are 2 Secord and 90 Eastdale townhouses being slated for demolition? In conclusion, what we are being offered as fair compensation for the space that are being demolished is not equal to what we have and are paying for now. I would like also to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Solomon, the original owner and landlord of 2 Secord and 90 Eastdale, for affording me and my family the opportunity to live and create happy memories and long-lasting friendships with all my neighbors that I will cherish as long as I live. And I would also like to reiterate what Ms. Janice Davis said. We need a community meeting with everybody. Thank you for your patience and for listening to me.
Thank you.
Not just that, but you are not just tearing down mortar and brick. You are demolishing people's lives.
Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none. Eliza Kirby-Layden, are you here? Okay, 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name's Eliza Kirby-Layden. I am also a resident at 90 Eastdale in Townhouse 78. And my family and I have several concerns we wish to bring to your attention. Our friends and neighbors who were affected by the first phase of construction plans have told us several issues they encountered during and after their own move. Several, upon trying to move the bedroom furniture upstairs, encountered challenges. They were unable to get their queen-size box springs up the stairs of their new units as the staircases were too small. They've had to purchase new beds instead, which is an unforeseen and costly additional expense. In other cases, due to the layouts of the units, they have also had to let go of other furniture, such as entire dining room sets. Our concern here is that if we are receiving the same amount of space, why does the same furniture not now fit? We have also been told that the in-unit washer and dryer is not full-sized as we have now, but condo-sized. When we need to wash heavier or larger items, such as coats and comforters, we'll have to pay extra in taking them to a laundromat. Another additional expense, and also it will cost us more of our own personal time. Lastly, we're told that the new units we are being offered will be the same amount of living space as our current units. This is true insofar as the inside dimensions, but the private space we currently have with our front and backyard is not taken into account. We will be losing several hundred square feet of private space that we pay rent for. When we are moved into our future unit, we'll be paying the same amount for less. We do not agree that the shared outdoor spaces they are making to compensate are of equal value. In conclusion, given the rising cost of living and the difficulties in finding alternate housing, even with multiple sources of income, we feel forced to accept less while still ultimately paying more. I hope you'll take our concerns into account and please take a look at the floor plans and compare them to our current townhouse units before you make your final decision. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you. Lorelli Campo. Lorelli Campo, you here? No, okay. John Stewart, are you here? Okay, 5 minutes.
If you don't mind, I'd like
You are only registered to speak on one of these items, so you have 5 minutes.
My intention was to speak actually on both.
Well, we've actually passed items 16. Okay, fine, sure.
So, why not? Yeah, sure.
Go ahead, go ahead. 10 minutes.
Can I have my slides projected first?
You need to have them first. Yeah, you need to display it yourself.
You can start speaking, though. I've started your time.
So I am also asking Toronto East York Community Council to oppose or defer the applications before us today. The fundamental problem that I see with these proposals is that the apartment neighborhood where these proposals are located is surrounded on all sides by a large neighborhood community of low-density single-family homes, which, thank you, which long pre-existed the apartment neighborhood for at least 60 years in older East York. The apartment neighborhood was to be connected with its own access road to Crescent Town back in the day, but this road was never built, and it's just an example. If you don't build the infrastructure in the upfront, it just compounds over time. So we should deal with it. The official plan says we are to reduce traffic infiltration, not increase it by forcing all cars and trucks and emergency vehicles to and from this apartment neighborhood by going through the low-density neighborhood and the surrounding streets of this larger neighborhood. This is a textbook example of how not to plan an apartment neighborhood, period. High-density apartment towers should never be built behind a neighborhood of low density or within a neighborhood of low-density single-family homes. This is a golden rule of planning. Adding on to a bad plan now, when it's not fixed years ago, just compounds the problem. This is the situation that we are faced. Over the past century, scattered high-rise apartment buildings were constructed in the midst of otherwise low residential neighborhoods. Of course, now these neighborhoods become apartment neighborhoods, and it's as if there should be a free-for-all in the apartment neighborhood, when it shouldn't be. This is exactly what happened to us. And of course, this has impacts on the surrounding neighborhood, which now has adopted an apartment neighborhood. There's so many parts of this official plan that stand out that haven't been addressed. It makes you wonder why we write an official plan in the City of Toronto. The official plan tells us we must consider the context within the neighborhood in proximity to a proposed development, as well as the physical characteristics of the properties that face the same street as the proposed development in the same block. Single-family homes face a 40-story tower with virtually no transition, which we're supposed to provide for. Good urban planning places high-density apartment neighborhoods with direct access to major arterial roads, which we all know, not onto local side roads. Key examples of this type of planning in our neighborhood are located at Victoria Park and Danforth, the Crescent Town community, and the area south of Danforth between Dawes and Main Street, which Councillor Bradford has stick-handled a lot of developments in there. We have approximately 15 new high-rise buildings with thousands of new residents which are coming into the same neighborhood as this proposal, the broader neighborhood. So we've done our part, and we've done it in correct places. This example is not in the correct place. Other examples, as you know, in the city, we have Don Mills and Eglinton, now massive reconstruction on the former IBM site. These are the places to do these things. We have connection to higher order transit as well as arterial roadways. This is the neighborhood in question. If you can take a look at the green area, this is classic old East York, thousands of homes, single-family homes, low-density dwellings. This apartment, which my red cursor is, that's the apartment district we're talking about. There was supposed to be an access road, never built. You can see these other apartment neighborhoods I referred to at Victoria Park and south of the Danforth now. If you take a closer look at the situation, it's 100% obvious that this entire apartment neighborhood is surrounded by single-family, low-density homes. That's a big problem. And just to show you what this looks like, I mean, all of these streets are now overloaded with traffic. You see the red arrows going in and out of the place. They have no choice but to go through the existing neighborhood. Of course, there's more parts of the official plan I don't necessarily have time to get into, obviously, but this is where we should have a fulsome discussion within the community about some of these issues. And there's a photograph, a montage of what bad planning looks like. You end up with thousands of construction trucks running on low-density residential streets. Okay, we have a daycare on this street with young children. We have a school, as you mentioned, Secord School. There's all kinds of kids on this street, lots of pedestrians. It's not safe. We are creating a hostile traffic environment, not to mention we're imposing on the people who live there. So more issues should be dealt with in another community meeting, and city staff need to step up and explain, okay, how is it that this official plan is somehow not within, built into what this decision is? In 2025, does this committee really believe a 40-story tower that replaces 31 townhomes is the best planning we can do in the city of Toronto? Why write an official plan if we blow away policy after policy? Is the city's official plan not to be taken seriously? I have to ask. This is some aerial photographs of the site. You can see on the left-hand side, this is a fully mature tree land on the left. That was before phase 1. This is before the construction on the right of phase 2. It has been stripped of every tree. And this proposal is going to strip the rest of the trees. And as Janet Davis was mentioning, there's a block plan out there that was circulated. And you can see the yellow houses are one and two story buildings. What remains within this dark dotted line, there is nothing left. There's no townhouses. They're replaced. This will be a precedent to replace them all. So, to me, there was one virtual meeting, and many people in the neighborhood are seniors, and many others don't have computers. This was a virtual meeting. Some of them don't have the skills to attend online. They were excluded. I'm requesting these proposals be deferred for an in-person meeting where these far-reaching proposals can be properly presented and staff can address the multitude of issues that will impact both apartment neighborhoods and the surrounding neighborhood long into the future. On a positive note, Erskine Smith is our federal minister of housing now. He's also our MP for Beaches East York. It would be prudent to make full use of the short time that he has to explore possible synergies that can benefit this neighborhood and improve some of the infrastructure that might be able to handle some intensification, but not to the level that we're dealing with. Thank you for your attention, and this neighborhood needs your support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you. The next speaker is Carol Breeze, online.
Hi there. Sorry, did you say Carol Breeze?
Yes, correct. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Yes, I am. Thank you very much. Okay, so I would like to speak to the traffic and parking issues of the area. As has already been explained by previous speakers, it is a residential neighborhood with a very small cluster of high-rises. All the residential side streets are already overwhelmed with traffic. We have our neighborhood is used as a bypass for traffic, trying to contend with the O'Connor Bridge and also trying to contend with the Danforth. So our little neighborhood is used as a cut through. So that's a big problem. I have lived in 2 Secord for about 5 years. When we moved in, we were put on a underground parking wait list. We are still on that wait list. And we moved in prior to construction of the new buildings. So now that the new buildings have been added to our neighborhood, an additional 37-story unit or building, and then the mid-rise that was also added, there have not been sufficient parking spaces added to these areas. If there were, I would no longer be on a wait list. It's all the same property developer or property owner, and they're not ensuring that the people that were already here that have been grandfathered into this neighborhood have the amenities and access to, what we need. Now they're proposing to add another 40-story building with 546 units and only 300 parking spaces. So this is a real concern. So this forces everybody to street park, which is not, the most ideal solution. And the neighborhood is already extremely congested. It's really difficult to find parking as it is without another 240 odd units that will be looking for parking as well. So that's pretty much what I have to say. I've really liked what the other speakers on these matters have had to say. And yes, I think it would be really great if going forward we could have some more community involvement. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Janet Davis, you are up again if you would like to speak or would like to pass.
I know you need to get out of here today.
Yes, so 5
I
minutes,
just
go ahead.
wanted to reiterate the community benefits here. It doesn't appear to me that this building is rental. There's no affordable housing. There's only 35 replacement units. The only benefits that I can see so far in this is that the property owner is proposing to secure the existing buildings as rental for 20 years. And we have no idea where the community benefits are intended to go. And as I said earlier, there's a ton of density happening at Main and Danforth. There was a motion that actually, and I will say, I moved it in 2018 to develop a community services plan for this community. It is a transportation hub. The density is huge. There has been no plan developed. We don't know what community services are going to be available. The existing community center at Main Square is being demolished. We have no idea if and where it's being replaced. But in the heart of this high-needs community, priority neighborhood, is a school that is designed and ready to be rebuilt. With a school and an existing city community center in it, there is an opportunity here to take what community benefits money comes from all of this density and build a joint facility. That's what this community deserves when it is accepting the kind of density that's coming. And I believe that it's important for some accountability and openness with the community about what is happening with the current community centers and what kind of benefits are going to accrue to this community that needs services and has none. So thank you. I hope you'll consider deferring this or at least sending it to council without recommendation and allowing the community to have an in-person meeting before council considers this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There's a question from the...
Hang on there, Janet, question for you. How many, you indicated that there were no rental replacement units. How many rental replacement units should be on the site?
Well, I think the whole building should be rental.
How many rental replacement units should be on the site?
There are 30, I know there's 4 extra. There were 31 townhouses and there's 35 replacements.
So it's a replacement of what's there?
Replacement.
So we would agree, it's a replacement. It's not a net new, although there is net new.
Well, if that's what
that's
sure, and there's a positive tenant relocation plan. There is support
Okay,
for existing
thanks. I was just
tenants.
clarifying because you said rental replacement and you said there's not enough. I wanted to understand what the right number was, but it is all the units plus 4 are being replaced. So I just wanted to clarify that for that.
4, there, in a building of 513 new units, there are 35.
All the rental units that are there today are being replaced. Do you understand that?
Oh, yes, I do understand that.
thank you.
What the
That's
point
all
I'm
my
making
questions.
is there's no additional rental
Okay, thank you.
in a building of 513 and no affordable housing units and no community service.
Hang on a second then. Let me no, before you leave. You said there's no additional rental units.
Where are they?
Have you looked at the proposal?
Yes, I've read it thoroughly. I don't see that it's rental. Tell me if it's rental.
Yes,
It looks to me
correct.
like it's condominiums.
Okay, very good. So you've read it and you understand it?
Will you point to me in the report where it says these are going to be rental
Okay,
units?
okay, thank
Are
you.
they?
I'll speak to it. I'll speak to the item, thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, if they are, that's great.
Next speaker is Debbie Ann McKenzie. Are you here? No, okay. Janice Superman.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, go ahead, 5 minutes.
I am talking about, I live at 2 Secord in the building. The concern I have is that the previous landlord told us that we were getting a park where the townhouses used to be in the past. And now this new one is telling us a different story. Who's telling us the truth? I am one of many here in this building that doesn't get the right information from anybody. I'm here to get clarification of what the hell is going on with our buildings.
The language, please.
My apologies. I'm just upset about being lied to.
And there's no parking.
And we have no parking here at 2 Secord at all outside. And as another person has stated, it's a wait list for the underground. That is about it for me.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none. Okay, that was the last speaker on this item. Councillor Bradford, do you want to speak to item 16 first or item 17? Sorry. Sorry, 1 second. Why am I losing my place? On the wrong page, never mind. Yes, TE 19.9. Do you want to speak to?
I have questions of staff, so that's what I want to do.
Okay, did you want to speak to, this is because this is your item.
Yeah.
Do you want to speak to
I'll
9
ask-
or 10?
9 is kind of the key one.
Okay, so we'll go to item T 19.9. Councillor Bradford.
Staff, can you confirm your recommendation on the application?
Chair, Sean Gunther, planner. The recommendation is for approval.
Okay. Can you confirm that we did a community consultation meeting on this proposal? Into the microphone, please.
Yep, that's correct. We had a community consultation meeting on May 8th, 2024, and there were 32 attendees that attended virtually.
Did we have a second meeting held specifically for the tenants? Yeah, like full volume into the microphone.
Through the chair, yes, there was a meeting with tenants held in person in September of this year, past year.
On location, on site.
That's correct.
That was in addition to a separate non-statutory meeting that I held with tenants in October 2023.
That's correct.
Also on site.
Yes.
Okay. Did the staff find the rental replacement agreement to be satisfactory?
Through you, the chair, yes.
Okay, so there were some questions here from one of our deputants about rental replacement. The policy requires you to, as the name would suggest, replace the rental that's existing.
Yes, that's correct.
Are they doing that here?
Yes.
How many units are there today that need to be replaced?
So there are 31 townhouse units.
Right.
And they are being replaced by 35 rental units. So there's an additional 4 units being replaced, 2 studio units and 2 one-bedroom units, to make up the additional GFA, because some of the townhouse units without returning tenants are being replaced as slightly smaller 3-bedroom apartment units.
Right. 3-bedroom apartment units, though.
Correct.
Right. This application has already been deferred a cycle to when it was originally to come here. What would be the risk of deferring or rejecting the application today?
Through the chair, there would be a risk of this potentially getting appealed to the OLT and refused. So we'd lose, basically the application would be refused.
Yeah, it's so hard to hear you. I wish you could speak a little bit louder.
Through the chair, it's Carly Goldman, Director of Community Planning. We can't speak specifically to what risks might emerge. However, the applicant has passed the time at which it has appeal rights to the Ontario Land Tribunal.
So I'm going to have a motion, which you have seen, of course, about securing affordable units. There's a park extension as part of this. If we are not moving forward with that today, as it's proposed in the motion that we've worked on and worked with the applicant, do we have certainty that we'd be able to secure that in the future?
Through the chair, no.
Okay. At what point in the process, we heard some concerns about the construction management, some of the traffic related to construction. At what point in the process do we deal with that? Is that a site plan thing? Is that a thing that we do today?
Through the chair, the construction management plan would be done at site plan, secured at site plan.
So construction, traffic management, transportation planning, that is part of that process at site plan?
That's correct.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Turn my mic on. So T 19.9, Councillor Bradford.
Yeah, thanks very much. Two motions here, and I'll speak to the item. The first one secures net new affordable rental units for 99 years, well above any statutory requirements, well above the CBC requirement or contribution, in addition to the 35 rental replacement units that are already being approved. I was able to work with the applicant and to use the CBC contribution. So there you go, from this development towards affordable rental units for 99 years. Well above and beyond the minimum that was required there. We've heard extensively today about the planning process and how that's changed over the past number of years. So securing this sort of stuff is a big lift. And I've been doing that with all of the development applications in my ward, whether that's on Dawes Road, whether that's at Danforth and Woodbine. This is what we're doing. This is how we do it. And I'm happy to do that work. This also permits one additional story on the building to make that possible. And I want to thank Sean and the staff at City Planning and Legal and Heather for their and Sarah for their help on this. The second motion directs staff to work with the applicant to address the concerns around construction. It is a super congested area, as John has pointed out. It's difficult to get back there, so this is to address that and manage some of the impacts associated with the traffic infiltration. I've asked transportation staff to pursue site access via Dawes Road, and our staff here in transportation have reviewed and are going to work on that. Speaking to the item now, briefly, this development has been in the works for a long time. As you heard the former councillor talking about this from I don't know how long ago that was, 2008, 2012. It's a big site and there have been multiple phases. The original application on phase one was approved before I was here. And the community has been very patient, I think, during that time. As I mentioned in my questions, we actually, had a tenant meeting about the rental replacement and the relocation back in October at 2 Secord to make sure that, I think we had the Don Valley Legal Clinic there to make sure that the tenants were aware of their rights, and all of the remaining tenants accepted the replacement units within those buildings. And, it's a good example that no development application is perfect. And I think the provincial legislation that we heard about this morning, there's a lot fewer tools at our disposal to, I think the language was squeeze new benefits out of developments. I'd love to have community center money. I'd love to build a community center at Secord. Love to engage in some advocacy with our MPP to get that Secord school, which has been top of the TDSP list for many years, to get that refurbished. Would love to hear more about the advocacy efforts there. And yeah, community centers at Main and Danforth, community centers at Secord. You know what a new community center, 65,000 square foot community center, double anchor costs today? It costs $100 million. You know what the CBC is, time of permits pulled on an application like this? A fraction of that, like a fraction of that. So we're living in a world where this stuff is very challenging. It's nice to show up and depute and sort of suggest that snap your fingers and you should just do it, but it's very disingenuous. In my case, I was able to work with the city staff to push and to get some additional benefits for the community. And for me, top of mind, housing affordability, number one. That's what I'm working for. That's what I'm securing in these applications. We also got a higher quality park right next to the neighborhood. The park used to be internal. Now we got a park on the north side connecting with the ravine, bigger, better, that'll be realized. And you know, that's because of the engagement and the feedback that I've heard from people in the community. John, to your point, that connection from the back of the long-term care home, man, would be nice. I think the TRCA would have probably some challenges about us building a road through the ravine there or along the perimeter. But it would make things perhaps a little bit easier. So, and anyone that's dealt with the TRCA can probably appreciate and understand that they don't let us build a lot of new roads through ravines. But it is a unique access off of Dawes, and it does back into this sort of area. So look, Sean, Sarah, thank you for your help with this. Where's Sarah? Yeah, there. Carly as well. This is not straightforward, but I do appreciate all the deputants who participated today and your feedback over the past number of years on this. Again, not perfect, but it's what's in front of us today. And I think, it's a good effort. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. We seeing no questions for the councillor, I would like to bring the first motion forward. Yeah. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. Second motion. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. As amended, all those in favor? Opposed, carried. I was informed that one of the deputants on item 10 is now present and I'd like to speak, so I'll allow her the opportunity. Debbie Ann McKenzie online. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon, Council.
Okay, you have 5 minutes, go ahead.
I'd like to thank you all for taking the time out to hear what the community have to say. And I would like to first begin by saying, as a social worker, I think it's really one of those things that we need to think about when we think about demolishing a building. We're not really remembering the quality of life and the connection to the community that most members appreciate. I see it in the letter that is amended that, there will be support for relocation, but what that looks like is not outlined. So it makes a lot of people anxious, scared, and very fearful. A lot of those communities are very vulnerable, whether it may be by financial or by mental health or by disability. And this is partly why they live so close to the school and close to the Danforth and the grocery store and the community center to get all these resources. I'm hoping that when the building is being demolished, that these residents that live in this building, especially along that line, will be able to find appropriate housing that is close by and will be given that support. I understand that it's unbiased of me not to think about the move-in times and how long the building has been around. But it's also unrealistic to expect all residents to find a viable living space with the rate of rent, the qualification for rent, all the prerequisites you need to rent. And if you don't meet those, what happens to those residents that don't meet those? They go back into a precarious space and or homelessness. And as you all can appreciate, homelessness currently is a very difficult and challenging situation in the city of Toronto. So I'm hoping as we think about Toronto and the East Shore community as a council body, we're thinking about this actual aspect of making sure that each resident who are going to be displaced is given the opportunity to find appropriate housing despite the rental prerequisites that are out there that they can't really afford and or can't meet. Again, I'd like to thank the council for hearing my address. Please have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you. Any questions to the applicant? Seeing none. Councillor Bradford, item number 10.
Thanks, I'll just move the recommendations.
Okay.
Staff recs.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We need to go back to item 48 to reconsider. I think there was a mix-up of some sort. So I'll move that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And to reopen, is that? All those in favor of reopening? Hands up. Opposed? Carried. And then there's an adoption. Adopt the, do I need to? Okay, to adopt the item, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, that's done. Great. Okay, we're moving along quite nicely here. Item 8. Councillor Matlow, item number 8, TE 19.8, 1 to 19 Thelma Avenue Rental Housing Demolition Application Decision Report.
I was ready to move it. I know Councillor Perks held it.
Okay, so move the item. All those in favor?
Sorry, there's an amendment.
Oh, there's an, thanks. Okay. The motion. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Item as amended, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Want to go back to 19.17 while we're at it, the sidewalk cafe that I held?
19.17? One second. Yeah, that's right. There's two options. Which option do you choose?
Oh, no, my apologies. I got to keep holding it.
Okay.
It's being aspirational.
Uh-huh. You better decide soon because we're almost to the end, hopefully. Where am I? 18. Okay. T 19.18, changes to Business Improvement Area Board of Management. We have one speaker here, Andre Berman. Okay. 5 minutes, go ahead.
Dear Chair, councillors, city staff, members of the Toronto East York Community Council, Happy New Year to you all. My name is Andre Berman, and I am a resident of Ward 13. I am the former president of the Corktown Residents and Business Association, which is a volunteer community group operating out of the Corktown community. I'm appearing before Community Council today to seek some answers and some clarification about the historic Queen Street East Business Improvement Area, which was recently constituted after 17 years of hiatus. But before I relay some of my concerns and questions, I think a little history is in order. When the BIA was created in 2006, proponents of this business lobby had a vision of a renewed Queen East shopping district and a revitalized public realm. The BIA was set as a linear boundary between Victoria and River Street. But unfortunately, their fellow commercial property and business owners did not share that same vision. In two subsequent AGMs that were hosted, one in 2007 and one in 2008, they both failed to garner votes to pass a proposed budget. The opposition to the BIA was widespread and palpable. When the budget was opposed for a second time, the membership opted to table a vote to dissolve the BIA, which is pretty unprecedented, which passed decisively 21-9. Instead of dismantling the BIA, as was the wish of the membership, the city unilaterally put the association into dormancy, where one day it could be picked up and revived. On December 4th, 2024, after 17 years, a new board of management, under the guidance of Councillor Moises' staff, pressed ahead with a budget to reconstitute the Queen East BIA, but once again, for the third time, the budget tabled did not pass. In a newsletter sent out by Councillor Moises' office on January 7th, it states that the budget failed due to concerns about administrative costs, but what is conspicuously missing from that letter was the result of the vote to dissolve the BIA, which the membership passed now for a second time. So we don't have any published minutes of this meeting, which raises some concerns of transparency and could possibly give away an argument that the city is deliberately suppressing the results of the vote. So what I'm trying to understand here, and this is the reasoning for my deputation today, is what is the city's rationale to put forth new members of a board of management of a BIA the business community on Queen East has routinely rejected? Why is this business association not born of local support, but imposed by the city and allowed the attempt to extract money from property owners to fuel an unpopular vision for Queen East? Now, I know the chair and I, we both want what's best for that community. I lived on that strip of Queen East for nearly 10 years, and both the chair and I know the struggles and the challenges this community faces. And looking at neighboring BIA, such as the Old Town BIA, the Riverside BIA, the Cabbagetown BIA, all these BIAs can be credited and lauded for improving and revitalizing their neighborhoods. But the Queen East BIA, as presently constructed, along that linear line, it's just not conducive to a BIA that's going to last, because the budget cannot be passed, because members of this BIA know that the BIA for this strip is not the answer. So instead of coalescing a business community around a shared goal, which should be what we're looking after, because this area is already so fragmented, when we go through the BIA process, it's incredibly polarizing. There are people who are really against this idea and people who are for it, of course, like any side of the argument. But it really divides this community when we're going through this budget process, and it's extremely polarizing. So I guess my question here today for Community Council is, how many more failed budget votes will it take for the city to understand that the historic Queen East BIA in its current form is just a bad idea? I look forward to any or all responses. Thank you.
I do have a question for the deputant. Who establishes the BIA? Is it council or is it the community?
17 years ago, members of the community were established in support with, at the time, Councillor Pam McConnell.
Okay. Well, I'll say to you that it's council that establishes a BIA, and it's council that dissolves a BIA. And as I recall, I don't see a motion through council dissolving this BIA, so this BIA is in existence. Secondly, in regards to the businesses that are saying about collecting a levy, you may know this. Are you aware that the businesses have to approve for a levy to be collected? Is a levy being collected currently?
No, because they voted it down.
So there's no levy being collected?
Correct.
That's correct. And those who are part of the BIA now, and those that will be adopted today, are they there voluntarily? Are they collecting a paycheck for being on that BIA?
No, they're not.
So again, those are people who actually work very hard on that strip, trying to better themselves and the community. And so what issue do you have in regards to allowing these business folks to actually put their time forth to help improve the area? Not only the business, but the residents who live in the area. As you may know, that area is quite, I'm not gonna say marginalized, but needs support.
You're absolutely right.
And I think you may agree that my office have done our best to try to support those along that strip.
You're absolutely right, Councillor Moise. I'm not disagreeing with anything what you've just said. In fact, the people who are taking time out of their day along Queen East, whether it be a business owner or a commercial property owner, to come together and discuss the challenges of their communities, I think that should be lauded. And so I will thank you and your staff, for giving them the opportunity and the platform to do so. But we know from the vote, and we know from the opponents of the BIA, that as currently constructed and as the vision that the BIA is trying to convey, it is not majority supported. And the budget vote, I think, is a testament to that. So I think there is, on one hand, yes, you're right, there needs to be more discussion about how to elevate this business community, but it's fair to also say that this BIA, which has failed 3 budget votes, 3. I don't think, has there any other BIA in the respective councillors' wards that have failed 3 budget votes? I don't know. I have a feeling that's probably not the case.
It's not a discussion. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I will speak to this item. I will say that at the last meeting of the BIA, the Queen's BIA, there were a number of, I'm going to say, investors who came into the meeting who their only goal in that meeting was to look out for perhaps how much they can get out of their investments when they sell the properties, when they sell it. They are not there as businesses themselves. They're not there seeing the sweat, blood, and tears of those who actually live there and try to improve the community. So they came in a block looking out for their interests. So when they sell to a developer and hopefully put a condo up, that they get the maximum benefit financially out of their properties. And quite frankly, I find that offensive. Because as a local councillor, that is not my goal, to enrich those who actually have no vested interest in our community. And I will continue to fight in the interest of my community. And that's why I'm here. So on that note, I am going to move adoption of this motion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. My pleasure. Next item. 19, thank you. We have one speaker in item T, 19.9, encroachment agreement, 1141 Bloor Street West, pedestrian tunnel. Greg Gilbert, is you here? No, don't see anybody. So, Councilor Bravo, thanks. Moving the recommendations from the letter. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. TE 19.22, 980 Dufferin Street and 1141 Bloor Street West, TTC Tunnel Construction to Stage 1, Construction Staging Area Time Extension. We have one speaker on the item. Greg Gilbert, are you here? Nope. Councilor Bravo.
To move the staff recommendations.
Okay, moving staff's recs. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Is there anything else except Councilor Matlow's item? Okay, what number was that again? Item 17.
Let's approve it.
You have to choose one.
I choose door number 2.
Okay. Put that on the screen for us.
Door number 2?
Door number 2.
You're not allowed to have a good time, sorry.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Is that it? 28? Ontario Line fourth quarter construction update.
I have a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank staff for this report, and it captures well some of the work we've been able to do to advance the city's expectations around the Ontario Line Metrolinx construction. And the motion that I have is to direct staff to bring back their next report highlighting information related to community benefits. That was a key recommendation from the initial Ontario Line Subcommittee report and recommendations to make sure that the the reporting also aligns with the recommendations that were laid out in that initial report. And we've encountered an issue around the naming of stations around along the Ontario line, and to include in the report back the progress that's been made on the process for naming stations, including feedback from community stakeholders. I do want to lift up the incredible work of city staff along with my office to make progress in line with the recommendations that our original report laid out, particularly along Exhibition Station in the fall, where we worked together with the community to hold Metrolinx accountable in Liberty Village to ensure that excessive trucks are not worsening conditions as construction moves forward, and that they are staying off neighborhood streets like East Liberty Street as much as possible. And the outcome of that has been really promising in terms of what is possible when Metrolinx comes to the table and works with community. We're looking forward to the continued work and updates in regards to the Ontario Line construction and that sense of collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Go ahead, Councillor Fletcher.
I also have a number of motions that the clerk has attached. Oh, yes, you do. Oh, yes, you do.
It was just sent.
It was sent at 2:45, that's 7 minutes ago.
Okay, we're gonna hold this item down.
I have a 3 o'clock meeting on the Ontario line, so if we could just find those and I can table it, then these are my motions, Mr. Chair.
I think staff needs to prepare the item, though. They just received your motions.
That's fine. But they have to be here because it's their item. Mr. Toigo is in the meeting with the TTC.
The clerk's going to give some clarification as to what's happening here.
With the motions that I've just received for Councillor Fletcher, these are for council's consideration. And the one that the deputy mayor had was directed for Toronto and East York Community Council. So we can't have things going in two different directions. So we need to revise it so that the entire item goes directly to council. So I need to revise Councillor Deputy Mayor Malik's. And there, because we can't have the committee making one decision and council making another. So just give me a moment.
I can't hear anybody today. We have done that in the past where we've done local ones and also council ones that I recall. The clerk, as in?
Yeah. So because it's one council, it's one item, they both all need to go to one direction, which is council.
Mm-hmm.
So standalone with Councilor Deputy Mayor Alex, it could just end here, but yours is given direction, so it has to go to council, so then they have to come together and go to council together.
Yeah, you can send the TEY back. Send what part back? Yeah.
We're going to hold this item down and then go to item 32, which is the last item, but there's a lot of deputants on here, so let's get started. T 19.32, summary of traffic impacts related to the proposed Ontario Place, 955 Lakeshore Boulevard West.
There's so many deputants. I'm sorry, we have to leave this room before all of those deputants are heard.
Okay.
Just take 2 minutes and let the clerk prepare that and then have all of the deputants. Don't mind.
I don't know how much time they need, but.
What? Okay, but Mr. Toigo has to be here because it hasn't been, we haven't dealt with the item. That's our problem. And how many deputants? There's at least 15 or more. No, I just want to move these motions. Pardon? Okay, why don't we do this? I'm happy to put those and give those to you. And then if there are questions for staff, Mr. Toigo and I can come back. How's that? Does that work? Yes, it works.
Okay, so
You're in charge now of my
I'll
motion.
give, because Deputy Mayor Malik has a piece of it already, I'll just give it to her, and she can move it all
That's
together. Okay? All right, so we'll hold that item down, and we'll move to item 32.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, we do.
Councillor Fletcher. Do you have a question?
Thank you. No, we're just waving
Yes.
to you.
Where's Diane?
She's no longer. How are
We have 5. That's what we were doing.
Nobody can go to the bathroom now. I'm always pouring here.
Okay, Kunal Chandan, are you here? Kunal Chandram. One's going twice, no, okay. Grammy McNeil? Oh, Graham McNeil? Graham McNeil? No. Debbie Solar? No. Mark Tereski? Are you here? Nope. Janet Newlands? Nope. Jay Kumar? Nope. Samantha Yarwood? Adam Griffith? Mary Murray? I like this guy. Isabel Dussault? Antonella Di Girolamo? Okay, we got one. Antonella? Can you hear me, Antonella? If you want to mute yourself. She's on the phone? Is it *6 or something? Okay, you can speak. You're unmuted. Antonella?
Yes.
Yeah,
I have been unmuted.
Okay, we can hear you.
me?
We can hear you now. Go ahead.
Perfect. I have been unmuted. I don't know why you couldn't hear me. I apologize. Okay, good day, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. I would like to emphatically declare my opposition to the current misfit plans to build a mega spa on the former site of our beloved Ontario Place. I was born and have spent my life living in Toronto. I walk, run, cycle, and kayak, actually, in the water along the lakeshore regularly. And before the tragic circumstance of the destruction of hundreds of mature trees and beloved green space, would enjoy the peace and beauty of the Ontario Place site. As we all know, the current traffic situation in the city is abhorrent. This has also been noted on the international stage. I attribute much of the current traffic mess to our Premier Doug Ford and his love for condo developments. As to the leasing out of a cherished green space to build a ridiculous mega spa, construction of this unwanted and unnecessary foreign-owned facility and parking garage will increase rush hour traffic by 25%. The amount of lane closures over the coming years to facilitate the building of the mega spa will snarl traffic for years, all for the purpose of building a structure that no one wants or no one needs. Toronto needs to ensure access to our spectacular lakefront for all. We need to ensure affordable housing, improved roadways and infrastructure, access to community services, care for our elderly, and more. Toronto does not need more traffic congestion, especially if it's to construct a mega spa. Mr. Chair, I want to take a quick minute to acknowledge Councillor Matlow. Last year, I wrote to all members of the City of Toronto Executive Council, including Mayor Chow, in regards to a local community matter where I live in Etobicoke. Councillor Matlow's office was the only response I received. I call on Councillor Matlow and all members of the City Council now. Will you stand up and tell the province that the mega spa does not fit at Ontario Place and demand that the province find a more suitable location? I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions from deputants? Seeing none, thank you. Elijah Bartoszewski. Okay. Merb Barak Sadoun. Robin Germanese. Lee Chang. Barry Taylor. Julia Hughes. Julia Hughes is online. Okay, Julia, can you hear me? Do you want to unmute yourself?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. 5 minutes, go ahead.
Thank you very much. So my name is Julia Hayes. I'm participating to express my concern with the increased traffic brought on by the Therm and Mega Spa development. I'm a member of Ontario Place for All, a group that is advocating for Ontario Place to remain for public benefit. And I also participate here as a concerned neighbor who lives not far from the Ontario Place development. And I and many others commute by car, bike, and walk along Lakeshore Avenue and surrounding areas and use the lake recreationally. There are many issues that Ontario Place for All can raise about the mega spa development. At this meeting, I understand that this report is about traffic, so I will try to reserve my comments to that issue. The increased traffic levels that the mega spa development is going to bring are significant. Looking at the report, the increased traffic times of 27% in the morning peak along Lakeshore West and 23% along the afternoon peak, not to mention 25% on a typical Sunday, Saturday, and as much as 40% for major events like TFC or the CNE. The increased congestion has many negative impacts, certainly ones that were already raised by the previous speaker, and I'll address those in a moment. But first, I encourage the Community Council to consider why we are adding an additional traffic congestion by allowing this development, and consider if it is in line with Toronto's values and priorities. It raises the issue of what our values are as a city and the question of the kind of city we want to live in and experience. This is not for additional housing, which is a serious issue in the city and something we absolutely need to address. The additional traffic is not for daycare, which is also something we need. It is not for long-term care, which was an issue that this committee heard about this morning and is something that is in desperate need of. It's not for shelter space or additional park space. This is not for an educational institution that could benefit future generations. Rather, it is for a mega spa development that will be expensive and unaffordable to most Toronto families. And that's it. It's a mega spa. It's a private, foreign-owned mega spa that will overtake precious and limited public waterfront. Thus, it begs the question of what is the benefit to Toronto and is it proportional to the costs? And these costs are significant. First, we know from the recent construction on the Gardiner Expressway, traffic in Toronto disrupts lives, causes frustration, less time at work and home, and gives Toronto a poor reputation on the world stage. It's bad for the environment, negatively impacting climate change, and causes air pollution that is hazardous to health. There is concern about wildlife in the area and how wildlife will be impacted by increased traffic volumes. I just realized my video is not on, so I can turn that on. So what we would like to know is, has the city factored into the analysis these additional consequences? We further wish to know if the city has inquired into what will be the additional traffic on nearby roads. What will be the financial cost to the city to maintain Lakeshore and other nearby roads with the added wear and tear? Is supporting the mega spa private development a good use of our limited city resources and the time of Torontonians? Additionally, for those who bike, run, swim, or use the lake in other recreational ways, such as rowing, the added traffic presents a safety risk. How will pedestrians and cyclists that cross the lakeshore and ride along lakeshore be kept safe? Who is going to bear the additional cost of road safety improvements? What are the city's plans for implementing additional road safety improvements? While we recognize the City of Toronto has chosen not to oppose the mega spa development in exchange for uploading the cost of the Gardiner and the DVP, our submission to you is that this deal was short-sighted and poorly thought out. As more information comes to light, such as this traffic impact report, it is clear that the costs, including economic costs of the mega spa, are significant, far-reaching, and require significant sacrifice from Torontonians. All said, it is our submission that the negative impacts the additional congestion brought on by the mega spa development outweigh any benefit the mega spa could bring. For example, the Toronto Regional Board of Trade estimates that traffic congestion in Toronto costs over $11 billion in productivity losses each year. As such, as further information comes out, it is our submission that that the costs are not offset by this development, and Torontonians will be asking city councillors to fix these problems in the future. I'll end there.
Thank you. Any questions for Deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Anyone else in the room want to speak on this item? You have a couple more? Oh. Okay. John Parsky. Can you hear me, John? He's not? Okay. Karina Wallach? No? Okay. No one is here. Deputy Mayor Malik, you want to speak to this item?
I have questions of staff as well.
Okay, so okay, go ahead.
Start. So I have a couple questions for the traffic operations staff. So I guess through this report and also through the revised report, we've seen the percentage increase in traffic and travel times. Can you just describe what the congestion impacts are that you are looking at in your assessment? Sorry, is there traffic? Thank you.
Yeah, so the peak periods of analysis that were summarized in the report include the AM and PM peak periods, commuter peaks, as well as the Saturday peak and the CNE Saturday peak and a TFC event.
Thank you very much. And so just to be absolutely clear, the data that you shared and also the driving purpose of this, the request for this report was to understand the impact of the move of the Science Centre to the Ontario Place site. And from your assessment, this move worsens the traffic issues in the area, is that correct?
The report summarizes the information that was provided by the applicant's transportation assessment, and it documents the increase in traffic numbers in terms of volumes as well as the extra delay.
And it's worse?
Yes, the traffic volumes will go up depending on the peak period that we're looking at, anywhere from 2 to 60+%. But again, the largest increases are limited to the CNE situation as well as the TFC kind of situation.
Okay. The Martin Goodman Trail runs on the south side of Lakeshore Boulevard along on the Ontario Place site, and vehicles accessing the site would need to cross that busy cycling and pedestrian route. Can you confirm that increasing the number of cars accessing the site has a potential to result in more delays and conflict with people using the trail?
Obviously any kind of driveway is a conflict point between vehicles entering the property as well as pedestrians or cyclists crossing. We deal with those conflicts by, designing the driveways to standards, introducing conflict markings, et cetera, to manage and mitigate those kind of situations.
All right, thank you. And my final question is just for the Waterfront Secretariat. Given these traffic increases, their impacts, the interactions between cyclists, pedestrians, and drivers, what economic and environmental impacts could we expect?
Through the chair, I think there would likely be 3 primary areas of impact. Firstly, increased travel time, so i.e. delay through congestion. That can reduce mobility and productivity, which can obviously have a negative economic impact. Secondly, fuel consumption. When vehicles are delayed, engines remain running, which increases fuel consumption and then increases cost to the vehicle operator. And then thirdly, obviously the environmental impact of increased travel time. That leads to increased emissions.
Thank you. Councilor Matlow?
Thank you. So the report, the future traffic projections assume that the waterfront LRTs, this so-called smart track, I want the station, I don't like the name anymore, Lakeshore West Go improvements, Ontario Line, all of this is going to be done, and it's going to be a 10-minute walk from Ontario Place. They're delayed, don't get done by the time that one would hope that they might be. Would that not even make the traffic worse? And the projections, if it weren't to assume that those were going to be completed on time, would show that it would be worse?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
And it's not unreasonable to consider the possibility that large transit projects in Toronto and in Ontario might be delayed. It's happened before. It's happening now.
She's in the webinar.
I'm assuming you're inferring that was rhetorical. And I'll accept that because I think we all know what the answer is. It's true. So why is this here with a recommendation to receive rather than to do whatever we can to be obstructionist?
I'll perhaps respond to that through the chair. It's David Stonehouse with the Waterfront Secretariat, and I would reference the item that was at council in 2023 in December, the Ontario-Toronto New Deal Agreement, where the city accepts that the province has the authority to advance all project approvals with respect to Ontario Place.
But does the province, I mean, listen, I know as well as you do that Doug Ford could rename Toronto Ford Nation tomorrow. But on a day-to-day basis, though, do we not, at least at the present moment, have purview over allowances for construction permits on our roads?
Through the chair, we have the permits and authorities that are typical of managing rights of way with respect to all developments.
So Doug Ford could barrel along and serve the interests of a private Austrian spa company. And while we would accept through the deal that we don't have purview where provincial purview overrides us, nothing could stop us from at least making an effort to slow this down, try to protect Ontario Place and public access to it as much as possible to maybe drag it through a provincial election.
Through the chair, city staff have to follow council direction. Council direction was provided in December of 2023 around the New Deal and the provisions in the New Deal term sheet related to Ontario Place. So that is the path that we're on.
Okay, I'll speak to it after the local council.
Okay.
Thank you.
Those are your questions? Okay. Seeing no other questions of staff, Councilor Deputy Mayor Malik, go ahead.
Thank you very much. And I have a motion for staff, and it's on the screen. And this motion has two parts. The first is to report back to Community Council on recommendations for managing congestion and traffic safety. And the second part is to improve pedestrian and cycling levels of service in the vicinity and the area of Ontario Place. And as we know, it was clear from the city's development review process that the province cut short, and through public feedback and the experience of that important part of the city, that the proposed thermal development at Ontario Place does not belong on our waterfront. It did not through our assessment, and it still continues to not be the right place. And when the province suddenly announced that they'd also be closing the Ontario Science Centre at its current site and relocating it to Ontario Place, I moved quickly to further understand the traffic and transportation implications that we all suspected and that had not been properly considered. And we see from this report that the Ontario Place redevelopment will have significant impacts on an already busy transportation corridor that hosts significant events that attract thousands of people from across the city, across the province, and across the country, and globally. This is a hub for some of our biggest seasonal events, and will also be the site of the FIFA World Cup in 2026. In addition, traffic on Lakeshore Boulevard also has impacts on the important surrounding communities, including Liberty Village. And the Ontario Science Centre move will worsen traffic and transportation, as well as provide poorer service for visitors as it stands right now. And of course, ripping the Ontario Science Centre, an important institution, out of its community and putting it on this site was not the right choice. It was a bad choice and bad planning. And all road users have to be considered. We see in this report that more cars coming to the Ontario Place area means the potential for more conflicts, delays for pedestrians and cyclists who are using the Martin Goodman Trail and getting across that really important thoroughfare. And in our communities and planning for the waterfront, moving people safely must be our priority. Better transit and active transportation have to be our priority for how we bring people to our waterfront. We have heard over and over again that the province is committed to addressing congestion in the city of Toronto. And looking at this report, I believe that the province has to step up to that commitment, and it's not by taking this step. So even though this development application has been ended by the province, my motions will ask staff to continue to work with the power that we have and the capability that we have at the City of Toronto to improve traffic, pedestrian and cycling conditions in the area with the seriousness that it requires. Thank you very much.
Deputy Mayor Malik. Councillor Matlow, go ahead, 5 minutes.
So I want to begin by thanking Deputy Mayor Malik for trying to manage an unfair burden on her community and as the local councillor. What Doug Ford is doing, to Ontario Place is wrong. Ontario Place should become a fun, vibrant, green, and publicly accessible space for all Ontarians. And we have such limited waterfront in Toronto that it hasn't already been redeveloped, that we should be protecting the remaining public access to our lake that we have for everyone, no matter their means, no matter their background, no matter where they live, and no matter how much money they have in their pocket. That's what Ontario Place was meant to be, and that's what it should be. Equally, by bringing the Science Centre down to the waterfront, ripping it out of the Don Mills, Thorncliffe Park, Flemington Park neighborhood, it is not only unfair to those neighborhoods that rely on it, that have relied on it for jobs and educational opportunities for their kids, it will contribute to even more traffic chaos in the downtown, because of all these buses and everyone who will now have to go down there, rather than everyone in the regions and the northern part of our city who enjoy having a cultural hub in North York today. This is a government that is calling an unnecessary election in the midst of an upheaval in Ottawa, under threats by Donald Trump, just so that Doug Ford, pretending that he cares about Ontario jobs, can save his own job. That's what this is all about. What is his agenda around Therma Spa and the Science Centre? There's lots of questions about that too. But what it's not about is the City of Toronto. It's not about the communities who we serve. And I must say, I believe that the City of Toronto, despite the agreement and the New Deal, needs to continue doing everything we can to stand up for those communities that Doug Ford has abandoned, in good conscience. And we need to strategize, we need to work together to support groups like Save the Science Centre, like Ontario Place for All, and others on the ground who know the truth, know what's good for their communities, and know what's good for our city. It has been freezing cold in Toronto in the past several weeks. And my wife and I really would have liked to bring our daughter to the Science Centre. And it's so sad that that's been taken away from all of us. There are so many people who have used the Ontario Place space as their an extension of their, either the extension of their backyard, or in many cases they have no backyard at all. And that's where they go for recreation, for fun, for peace of mind. And that's missing too. So let's continue to work together to take a stand for those communities. And as Councillor Malik said, like Doug Ford he says he cares about congestion in Toronto, but now he's creating worse congestion. He doesn't care about those car drivers or bicyclists or transit riders or pedestrians either. He cares about Therma Spa and whoever else he's working with for their private interests rather than the public interests for those of us who care about our public institutions and our public lands. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matlow. So we'll go back to Deputy Mayor Malik's motion. Councillor Bravo's online. Okay, so all those in favor? Opposed? Carried? That's the item? Okay, great. That's carried. And we do have one last item, item 28. Deputy Mayor Malik, I think you...
Yes, I'm going to move my revised motion directing the request to City Council. And I also will be moving Councillor Fletcher's motions. There are 7 parts.
Okay, so we'll move your item first. Deputy Mayor Malik's item first. Want to speak to the item?
Oh,
yeah. Yeah, that's right.
You can do it again.
Please do.
If you weren't paying attention.
Okay, all those in favor of Deputy Malik's item? Opposed? Carried. Now Councillor Fletcher's item. One sec. Councillor Bravo. Just waiting for the display. Okay, all those in favor? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. Just gonna read the bills. That bills 14 to 28 and 31 to 35 prepared for the January 14, 2025 meeting 19 of Toronto East York Community Council be declared as bylaws and passed subject to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2026. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. That confirmatory bills to confirm the legislative proceedings of the Toronto and East York Community Council acting under delegated authority at meeting 19 on January 14, 2025 be declared as bylaws and passed subject to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And that's our meeting for today. Thank you, staff, and thank you to all those who participated today. Have a good rest of the evening. Thank you.